Goo. There's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Welcome to another day of the BSL. I am Nyoken, and of course joining me is the one and only Zero.
Welcome. Oh, I should say hello this time. Welcome, Mr. Nyoken. Welcome to everyone. This is a pleasure to be in the studio, I need to say.
Yeah, we've got exciting groups today. We're through the group stage. We're into the round of 12. We've got our 12 players set, and we've got some pretty crazy groups. I was seeing, earlier in the group stages, we saw the return of KenZy. That was exciting. I thought he was actually going to get first in his group. He did get first in his group. For some reason, I thought he got second, but saw the return of him. I saw LancerX yesterday with the hidden base versus, I forget who it was, but I felt so bad for the other guy. Bishu, yes, Bishu. Because Bishu had him. I'm watching it. I'm like, oh my gosh, really? It's going to go unscouted? Because Bishu scouted like every base except that one. The return of LancerX. And of course, we've got Dewalt and Bonyth. We've got a lot of exciting matches today. First is going to be Sziky versus Julia, which is going to be a ZVZ. And I'm sure you've got a lot of thoughts on this matchup.
Yeah, a lot of thoughts, but as a not professional caster, I don't know if I will be able to transmit those thoughts. But I think that is going to be interesting. However, I will give a small edge to Sziky. Although it's ZVZ, many people are saying that ZVZ is also depends on luck sometimes, but I think on this level the luck is a very small factor.
Yeah, Sziky is a monster with his Mutamicro, and now that we're going to be in the Europe region, it's going to be turn right 24, so he's going to be able to showcase that Mutamicro. But I have to say, we saw Sziky on Monopoly again this season, right? And it had this epic game where it was split map. I saw Ultralisks, I saw Devourers, and I was thinking back to previous season of BSL when we had Monopoly. I think it was Sziky too. He was facing Avilov, and we had another epic game on that map. So even though I think Sziky is a favorite versus probably any Zerg in the foreign scene, if Monopoly gets picked, we could see someone potentially take down Sziky if they can take a win on Monopoly.
Yeah, that's probably the chance. And also in ZVZ there are options to start with some kind of opening like 9 hatch or 12 hatch in the main base, or go for mass links, or some kind of strategies like that. And we've seen that this is a good memory of yours that I think we had Avilov versus Crossy, and I also gave a little bit more edge to the Crossy because his Mutamicro is insane as well. And yeah, Avilov came with the great preparation, very good plan for the matches, and he simply played very nice. So yeah, anything can happen in ZVZ.
For sure, anything can happen. As you stated, we can have masslings. I think I saw Julia the other day winning with straight up masslings. I forget who exactly that was against. But obviously a deadly strategy. We're getting a look at the stats here, as you can see. Sziky, in his first appearance back in the BSL, not really the showing that he wanted to get, but afterwards, 3rd and 4th place, and that's really, really nicely done from him. Really high showing, so maybe this time around it could be his season. Surprisingly, looking at his stats, only a 54% win rate versus Zerg. I mean, that's still very high, but when I think of Sziky, I think of the killer Mutamicro, and a lot of games you flat out win if you have the superior micro in ZVZ. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've got Julia. You can see he kind of alternates between Ghostly League and BSL. His last appearance in the Pro League was season 12. Also didn't have the showing that he wanted to display, but I'm looking at that versus Terran win rate, man. I wish I could get a win rate like that.
Yeah, after getting 1 win, he gets 2 points. So that's special tactics.
Well, I don't know if 1 win will count versus Sziky as 2 wins. sometimes hope it would, because you don't want to play this guy more than once. But this is going to be a tall order for Julia here, and simply just because of how strong Sziky is. I also am noticing the clans here. We've got Sziky actually representing StarCast, so I don't know if he is also casting games on the StarCast channel, but if he's part of the StarCast crew, he may. So maybe able to get
he's
some
playing in the
insights there.
StarCast team in Deathfight Pro League. He's
Oh,
representing
okay.
the StarCast there.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense then. Well, you're the ZVZ expert here. If you're Julia, who's an underdog for sure, what maps are you looking for? Are you going for 4-player? Are you going to try and go for 2-player? What do you think he'll pick?
I'm looking for maps with wild entrance to the main base, so I think the best map for him would be probably Longinus, because it's very wide entrance and to the natural and to the main base. I think the ramp maps should give some edge to the Sziky, because it will be easier to defend some early link aggression, or maybe like pre-catch links into scourges or something like that. It can always give you some additional time to build up the mutas, so I would look for some like more open maps.
Okay, so I was just thinking this. Well, Sylphid came to mind when I heard open and no ramps, and that is going to be the first map. So let's get into game 1 of our first series. It's Sziky versus Julia on Sylphid. Okay, in the top middle in the red, it is Julia.
In the bottom right, in the blue, it is Sziky.
Yep, and ZVZ, obviously super low econ, I have to point out, because Scan has drilled it into my head after all the ASL games I've casted with him. When you spawn on the right side, there are a couple patches that you can mineral boost, and I remember that one right there in particular. I remember Hawk telling me that because of latency on the ladder, you can't do it. Like, you just flat out can't do it because of the latency, but since this is turn rate 24, we should see Sziky have a slight mineral lead. I mean, just marginally, but still, that is a big deal in ZVZ.
Yeah, you can see that he's boosting this drone. So I didn't know that it's impossible to do in, like, for example, Turnate 16. But that's all. Like, we are learning StarCraft every time we are playing it.
We've got Julia opening with a 9 pool. Now, as a non-Zerg player, the first thing I'm noticing here is lack of gas, but as I state that, there is the gas. Now, when you're opening 9 pool here, I see a lot of people kind of mix up speed or lair. They don't have it always set in stone, like it's always going to be 100% speed or 100% lair. Is there anything that you're looking for to make a determination between whether you're going speed or lair here?
Yeah, so if you are playing against hatchery first or 12 pool, it's better to go for speed first, in my opinion, because this way you can keep the Zerg who has bigger amount of Zerglings in the base. So then you want to go for the speed first. But if you are playing, for example, against 9 pool or over pool, you want to go for the layer first, skipping speed and mining gas with 3 drones for as long as it's possible. So here, when we have 12 pull from Sziky, I think the speed should be an option for and we see that Julia is going for the speed. So he will try to win the engagement, because there will be a moment when Sziky will have 10 links without speed and Julia will have 10 links with speed. So it will come to that micro and that moment that 9 pull Zerg will try to use.
Well, the 9 pool is moving across the map. Sziky's links are going to pop out pretty soon, but as you stated, it is going to be speed advantage for Julia within the next 30 seconds or so, but Sziky actually is going for speed also himself. Drones get pulled from Sziky. I noticed he got off the first hits with his lings, so he may have already kind of fended this off. Look at the control with the drones, but he does lose one, and every drone does matter in ZVZ, but he does have that additional hatchery, so he should be able to rebuild it pretty quickly in the next couple minutes. But 8 lings versus 6 right now. Speed is moments away for... Oh, actually, it's already kicked in, but speed kicking in for Sziky pretty soon, too.
Yeah, this is already a disaster. We don't want to trade links for the drones if you are going for Nightpool and you are trying to bust your opponent. So this exchange for Sziky was actually excellent, and he must feel very secure. You always want to trade those one drone for 2 links at this stage, because we can see that Sziky still has the similar amount of drones, and he will have additional hatchery, so it will be much better. And we can see that Julia already knows that he will not do anything with the links anymore, so he will want to do anything possible to keep this ramp and not be forced to make a sunken.
Well, we can see Sziky is on his toes, and it's going to be very hard for Julia to get set up perfectly. You can see he's got half of that line set up, but look, he's trying to set it up, but instead, Sziky's able to pick off 1 Ling for no losses, and this is a big Ling advantage for Sziky right now. He may be able to just push through. Instead, Julia does get the arc set up, and that was a good trade right there, but this is a dangerous situation for Julia right now. Desperation. Oh, he let the Ling slip in. Actually, look at that gap. It's massive, but Sziky doesn't exploit it.
Yeah, that was so dangerous, and you can see that only 1 link can make such a big disruption, and there was a second. Oh, but Julia is going to move out right now. I don't know about that, but...
Whoa, that was a fantastic trade for him. And now, actually, Ziki's the one that needs to be careful. However, he does have the larva advantage, but this is a lot of Lings that he traded very effectively. On the high ground is Sziky, waiting to see if he can get the angle, but it's 8 versus 9 right here. Actually, Julia should win this fight again. No, actually, those Lings were heavily damaged, so Sziky wins an 8 versus 9 fight overwhelmingly, and Julia's caught in the phase where he has to make a decision between mutas and Lings, and he's opted to go for Lings because 6 Lings are in his base. He has no sunken, he has no Lings, it's just drones right now.
Yeah, I didn't like this move out. He should have waited for the mutas, and now he will be on the edge, and I think this is already GG, and yeah, GG from Julia. 1-0, 5-minute game to start off the day.
That's kind of just, yeah.
Yeah, that was the beauty of ZZZ, right? Showed in 5
I don't know
minutes.
I don't know. Well, I mean, as a caster, yeah, the beauty of ZVZ, the games are over really quickly, but as far as a player, I don't know if I would enjoy playing 5-minute games consistently. Just 1 unit mass laying from both sides. I mean, it was nicely done, nicely executed from both sides. Julie had a great trade at his entrance, but a bit of an overstep there. Yeah, overcommit there, and I mean, actually, the lair of Sziky wasn't even done, so if Julia had held his entrance and Mutas had gotten up for Julia, he may have been able to steal a win, because Sziky was actually just even in drones. It wasn't like he could afford to build an evolution chamber and spores. He'd have been in real trouble, but you know, sometimes that's just how it goes, and now Sziky is up 1-0, and versus someone like Sziky, it's going to be a tall battle for Julia. We talked about what maps we think Julia's going to pick. Sylph had already gone, but Longinus still up there.
Yeah, but they've been banning maps on this stage, so it came to the 3 last maps, so it decided. So actually, Sziky could ban the maps with the ramps if he would want to. So probably the Longinus has been banned, but because we know that the next map is going to be Butter.
Okay, so we've got Butter coming up, and we've got a 2-player map. This map has surprisingly far rush distance. You got to go horizontally out of your base, which is quite far, actually, about half the map, and then vertically. So I actually think we may see something like 12 hatch versus, you know, maybe 9 hatch or something. But because I'm not too sure of how Julia plays, do you think we'll see another just pool opener from him?
I actually don't see 9 pool too often from him. He seems like a 12 hatch, 12 pool player for me, so maybe he will play his own game this time. It's really hard to say. He is 9 pooling like maybe 20% time of his game, but maybe during the tournament he decided that this is the build order to go for, because you get your opponent gets used to you playing the defensive mode, so you maybe want to start your aggression mode. Maybe that's his approach. It's really hard to say.
Well, players are ready. It's time to get into game 2. It's Sziky versus Julia on Butter. Okay, in the top right, down 0-1, it is Julia.
In the bottom right, winning 1-0. This is Sziky.
Yeah, now, you know, as a streamer, I know that a lot of people watch my games, and I know Julia streams sometimes too. So you mentioned that he maybe goes 9-pull 20% of the time. I know I've seen Sziky stream also sometimes, but maybe Julia just wanted to mix it up. Maybe he's aware that Sziky watches and just wants to keep this guy on his toes. 9-pull. I think it could have won last game if he had kept his lings back, but Sziky a little bit too strong. So far, okay, Overlord for Sziky, and again, it is going to be 9-pull from Julia, so I guess he's feeling like he needs to win in the early games versus... Oh, no, is it going to be 9 hatch? 9 hatch.
So this is a Tak build, or yeah, I think Tak did this build, and I actually... Oh, is he the one scouting?
I think he's hiding this.
Oh, wow.
I think he's hiding this. All right, well, this is a weird build because it is a 2-player map, right? But look at the scout pattern of Sziky. This is what I'm talking about. When you're a streamer and people watch you play, they're going to be aware of your scout patterns. They're going to be aware of your tendencies. And I guess Julia knows that, okay, this guy likes to go straight to the natural on 2-player maps to see if it's a hatchery. So Sziky's going to come in here, see there's no hatch, and he's going to think it's a 1 base. But in reality, definitely not a 1 base.
Yeah, so I'm thinking which build order has advantage. Even if the hatchery of Julia would be natural, 9 hatch against 12 pull, there will be more drones for Sziky, but definitely more larvas for Julia. And if Sziky will not scout it, he might be surprised with the pretty big link flood from the second hatchery.
Yeah, and because the Overlord is so slow, it's not like he's going to get into the main and see like, oh, your gas was late. I expect the lair to be, building or in process when Sziky actually scouts the main. So I think for a minute or so, he's still going to be thinking that this is just a normal opener. And we, of course, see that it's not. Maybe he won't, though, because he sees no lings, right? He sees there's no hatch. He may be thinking like, okay, man, like, if you don't have lings and you don't have a hatch, well, I guess all that leaves is there must be a hatch in your main, right? But there's not going to be a hatch there either. So, and now he's going to see that Julia's not mining gas. So once he gets in here, he should know that a hatch is hidden.
Yeah, he should know, but I thought that maybe Julia will want to mine gas and pretend that he went for the faster layer. It could, like, keep him, like, he would buy himself a little bit more time thanks to that, because if Sziky will scout that this is a non-layer play, he will know it like immediately. And right now he knows, okay, after not seeing no mining gas, he knows that, okay, this is a mine, this is a mass link play, but he will be Overlord stuck.
Oh no. Oh my god, Overlord Overlord block is massive. And look at this, Sziky knows that this is a Lingolen because he pulls 2 drones and one of them had gas in his hands. So he's in desperation mode to get that sunken down. Speed is already done for Sziky. Speed's about to kick in for Julia. But remember, he's got the larva advantage slightly for a couple seconds. So more drones are being pulled off. All Sziky has to do is hold here, and he will take this game. But here comes Julia. Let's see if he can make it happen.
Oh, it was already bad engagement for him. And I think Sziky already had a nice drone strike, but it's 9-8, actually 1 drone advantage for Julia, so he can try to mass it out. After the Overlord, there will be like additional 10 links incoming, so if Sziky will be greedy and will add some drones, he might punish him for that, but Sziky is very... like, he is not a greedy player. He's playing how he should play, and he's not making extra drones, he's playing like... he knows that he don't have to, I think. Especially in ZZZ. He's playing, and we can see that he's adding only links, so he knows in what kind of a position he is.
Yep, he still doesn't know where that hatch is. You can see that he is scouting with one of his Overlords, but yeah, he's responded perfectly. Supplies are in favor slightly right now for Julia, but with the extra sunken, it is going to obviously help him quite a bit. Oh, actually a 3rd hatch coming in. So we know that Zyky's lair is done, but he hasn't been able to afford a Spire. So actually we may go into like some type of weird mid game if the game stabilizes.
Yeah, because there is no clock on Julia. He can build the links for as long as he can and as long as he wants, but he decides that he wants to go in right now, and this is pretty brave attempt, but there are already 2 Sankens.
Yeah, there's 2 Sunkens, and you can see 5 Lings are attacking Sunkens, and, well, yeah, you can see the result. Lings just don't do damage to Sunkens, and there's the GG. When I saw the 3rd hatch, I thought, oh, wow, we might actually get a mid-game ZVZ, but instead, Julia wanted to just go for it, and in the end, Sziky prevails, so we're already done with our first series. It's like 10 minutes in total, and Sziky, he's moving on into the next round.
Yes, Sziky is moving to the next round, and if we look at the bracket, I will try to show it. Yeah, so we will see that Sziky will play against the winner of Bonyth versus Madinho. So we might have a very interesting match coming up, but in the winners bracket. But now we will going to have actually Julia playing against Tag in the loser bracket, and this is the match we will cast right now.
Yeah, so it's going to be another ZVC. As a player, I'm sure Patak was practicing while the games were going on instead of watching the stream, because whenever I'm getting ready for matches, I don't necessarily care about what the players played in the game. I just want to get myself ready. So Julia showing that it was 9-pull twice, may be able to catch Patak off guard if he's thinking like you, where Julia doesn't 9-pull often. Was it Patak yesterday that we saw on Monopoly, where it was split map? Do you remember that game with the Bowers? Somebody had the center of the map.
It was Patak versus Sziky, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so Patak versus Julia, it is a best of 1, and the map is set, right? Like, they don't get to pick it?
No, they're banning until 1 map.
Oh, they're banning until 1 map. Okay, well, I don't think they're going to ban down to Monopoly, so that's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, I guess we just have to wait and see what they end up choosing. So far, Butter did not work out for Julia. Silpha did not work out for Julia. So maybe he'll hope to get a ramp map that he can sit behind with his 9-pull if he opts for that again.
Yeah, maybe that's an option. I believe that they both probably will want to go for an open map. Like they both seem to me like old school players who prefer to play at more like a Link style ZVZ than Muta style ZVZ.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know who seems stronger for me. ZZZ is also a matchup which is hard to decide who is better in best of 1, but I assume that we will have to see. I know that the map is going to be Longinus actually.
Oh, okay, Longinus. So you're expecting it in the Sziky series, but we're gonna get it here. Patak versus Julia. We already saw Julia's profile earlier. Now we're getting a look at Patak's. You can see all those medals on him because he was a WCG representative multiple times. So obviously a very strong 3rd player. You can see him too alternating between Ghostly League and Pro League. This time around, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I think he's the oldest player from the whole European crew, so also most experienced one.
Okay, yes, I see the year there, 1984, so almost as old as Artosis.
This is our benchmark, right?
Yeah, that's the bench. Exactly, that's the benchmark. But we've had a lot of older players. Actually, in the China region, a lot of them were near 40 or over. And even Doso, right? He was like 50, 48 years old, something like that. I can't remember exactly. Yeah. So a lot of old players. Nice to see a lot of old faces playing. And our map is ready. It's time to get into our first losers match, Julia versus Patak on Longinus. Okay, in the mid-right position, our red Zerg, it is Julia.
And in the bottom left position, our blue Zerg, we have
Yeah, and already we've got a massive advantage for Patak because he's going the right direction with his Overlord. And unfortunately, Julia, he is going the wrong direction.
Yeah, that's a huge advantage. In 3 players map, you can end up losing the scouting pattern, but both players decides to go to the closer natural, so they are not going for anything sneaky in terms of scouting. And yeah, sometimes you can lose this engagement, but with the second overload you can actually see a little bit more, because the timing of the second overload can tell you what kind of build it is. So maybe this will help Julia, but we can see that he's going for the 9 pull, so he will not have second overlord to scout.
Oh,
It's 9 hatch.
9 hatch again. So this is going to be another mass Ling play because 9 hatch is such low eco. I don't really see this transitioning that well into a normal game. I'm trying to look at the angle of Patak's Overlord. I think it will barely clip the natural base, so he will see that there is a hatchery position there, and he will know exactly what's going on. Meanwhile, Patak, okay, this is going to be a 12 pull from him.
Actually, the similar response as Sziky. Let's see what will be his execution, because there will be a moment where Julia will have a little bit more links, like 2 more links. I think it will be like 10 to 12 for Julia, but there might be a sunken advantage, and Patak is in excellent situation, excellent position to know that he will have to make a sunken. So I'm very interested how he will react to this.
Yep, we do have gas going down for both players. We see that Patak has 2 worker lead, which is obviously huge in ZVZ. He's going to have gas advantage just slightly. He's going to have Ling advantage just slightly and drone advantage. But Julia does have faster hatchery at his natural, and that's going to give him, I would say, maybe an additional 3 larvae. So he will be able to catch up in terms of workers or lings, but actually Julia is banking up that larva, so it is going to be another ling flood from him. I expect those drones to be pulled off the gas, and there they go.
Yeah. That's, I think, the correct choice. You can't afford to go for the Mastings and the Mutas at the same time, because even if you will try to go for the layer, maybe you will afford the layer, but then you will not afford the Spire and definitely not Mutas. And Patak is going for the link speed first, so maybe he will want to keep Julia in base with this speed to not allow that threaten the run by. I hope that he's seen that this is a 9 hatch, because it seems similar, but you need to count the drones and look at the position of second overlord to know that this is a 9 hatch, obviously beside the timing of the hatchery.
Yeah, so Patak is aware.
Yeah.
Of
this.
He
was very aware.
Whoa, he doubles. Okay, well, that's a big loss, actually, to have sunken in your main, but Longinus does have that open choke. He may be expecting lings to run in, potentially. So he does at least have backup defense, but it's not going to help him during the fight that we have here. Now, again, this is Ling versus Ling, and I think Patak flat out has more lings right now, so they're going to engage plus sunken. And again, this is going to be another terrible trade for Julia, and a couple of lings are damaged, so this is going to be really hard for him to make this work.
And if only Julia have overload on top of the base of Patak, he would know that there is no timer on him. He could simply drone up and try to play it as a normal game, but he don't know about it. He might think that the Spire will be much faster than will actually be, so he's mass linging full mode.
I see that. And unfortunately for him, I just don't see... Well, actually, Patak is supply blocked. He still doesn't... Okay, is there any way that he could have... Oh my god, he just now started his Overlord. And actually, he can lose for sure now. But here comes another attack. A lot of lings. Oh, actually, lings get in. The lings are going to be like, wait a second, there's a sunken here? What the...
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that... Oh, he killed one drone, so that's at least good, but this second sunken turned out to be pretty helpful for Patak, so maybe it was actually calculated. But now with the additional 12 links spawning from the hatcheries, he will be very, very safe. And we don't see any drones from Julia, so he barely wants to win this game with... Oh, with third hatchery even.
And I did see Patak, who lost the drone, did mix in a drone here. So he is droning while balancing his lings. And as we see again, it's going to be a third hatch from Julia. So still committed to these mass lings now. Not a Zerg expert, but 9 drones. Can it support 3 hatch ling? I feel like it should be able to, since they're so cheap. But actually, now this is what I was expecting to see the first game versus Sziky, is we are going to have drone cycle from Julia. We're going to have another big ling engagement. It looked like Julia may have gotten the arc advantage, but no, he is definitely behind in lings now. It's something like 15 versus 7. He needs to be careful here, because this could outright kill him.
Yeah, he might be dead right now. If he's not making link, he's making link, but if he will not have links in the right position, it might be the end of the game. Maybe with the drones he will be able to defend it, but he don't want to lose those drones, he just rebuild them, so yeah, he can't mine from them right now, and I think Pitak is just creating the Spire because he has 200 minerals. Yeah, he's just getting ready to create the Spire, so there goes the timer, and around this timer, Julia should get ready to make additional attack. But he's still droning up, so does he want to play maybe Hydra build as Sziky yesterday?
Well, you know, there are certain foreigners that like Hydra builds ZVZ. I don't know why. I mean, 20 years Hydra builds have just never actually worked, but if you can get up to critical mass, they are strong. The problem is getting to the critical mass. If you can actually get there, that's when Hydras actually show their true power. With 3 hatch production, with decent eco, I mean decent is relative, right? Because it's just 13 drones still. But potentially he could get into that those Hydras. We see Evolution Chamber coming down for both players, more for SimCity for Patak, whereas for Spore Colonies for Julia. But that Spire should be completing pretty soon, right?
Yeah, so he should probably, like, normally you're aiming to attack at the moment when the Zerg is not creating things but spending larvas on Mutas, and that's the moment when you want to push the button and try to attack. But so I think with this round of links, Julia will want to push it and go for it, because yeah, if you are playing free hatch build, you need to apply some pressure, you need to do some damage to the Mutalist player. You can't allow Patak to just simply make Mutas on 14 drones, because this is excellent economy for it.
Yeah, and this is the timing that Julia's looking for. He's built Lings the entire time. Meanwhile, this is the moment where Patak is building Mutalist. But look at that arc! Amazing trades for Patak. There was an overwhelming amount of Lings for Julia, but in the end, not able to get through. And now he's got to scramble to get up Spore Colonies. And he's got a natural too, so he's got to build spores there. He's got to cover his main, which is pretty open. Lings are going to suicide in here. There's double sunken, which I just realized. No spores at all from Julia. He realizes that there's no hope for recovery, and he taps out.
GG. That was a
GG.
quick, free series, yeah, right?
Yeah, I knew today was going to be quick. I was looking at the brackets, and I was like, I feel like today's going to be fast, just simply because of how the matches unfolded. And Julia, he was here 20 minutes ago, and now he's out of the BSL just like that. A quick ZVZ series. Unfortunately, I don't think he got to show really what he wanted to show. I mean, he just linked every single game. I guess you got to go with what you practice, right? If you practice the link flood, that's what you got to do. Didn't work out today, but Patak, he is going to be moving on to the losers into the next round of the losers bracket.
Yeah, so I think maybe Julia showed us some really good games in the group stage, and some ZVP lurker drops and multitasking using the defiler plague. So I think he showed some good games. He wasn't able to show it in the bracket, but yeah, I feel like at least in the group stage he was able to show it more. But now double DBZ, as you said, like, sometimes it's really hard to like show what you are capable of.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people don't like ZVZ. Like, I mean, they like ZVP or ZVT, but ZVZ not their favorite. It's a bit unfortunate for him how the bracket unfolded, but that's the end of our first 2 series, guys. We're gonna go into a break, and then we'll be back with our next series, which is gonna be KenZy versus CryOc. That should be an exciting PvT matchup, right? KenZy playing Protoss? Okay.
Yeah, KenZy playing Zerg versus Terra.
Oh, Zerg versus Terra. Zerg versus Terra, my bad. So ZVT. So that should be an exciting match.
Yes.
We are back, and now joining me is going to be Mazer, who's going to be filling in for Zero. What's up, man?
Hi guys, hi everyone. Big shoes to fill in. Zero is a great caster, but like he ambushed me like 20 or 30 minutes ago when I was on a bicycle ride, and now I'm here. So
Yeah, but you're coming in the clutch, man. We need you here. We need another
yeah.
caster.
I'm just happy that I missed the ZZZ.
Well, I mean, you didn't miss much. You missed a bunch of lings, and that was it. The total time for the series was like not even 20 minutes. So we're going to be going into a ZVT. You don't have to worry about ling flood here. It's going to be KenZy versus CryOc. And I don't know a lot about KenZy. I know that he's a 2v2 player. I played him in BSL Season 6. As I was playing him, there wasn't anything that stood out to me. Like, I didn't think, okay, this guy's a cheeser, this guy's a gimmicky player. He seemed to play just normal. I don't know if you have any thoughts on KenZy here.
From the days when I was pretty active, KenZy played really well. So I would say that I'm looking forward to this game. And I'm really curious what is his level currently.
Yeah, because KenZy, I don't think, has been playing that much, or at least, I don't see him playing that much in anything. I mean, he's a 2v2 player, so maybe he was playing 2v2, and I just missed it. But also, CryOc hasn't been playing much either. At least I don't think. He recently came back, I'm pretty sure. You can see the last time we actually saw CryOc was BSL Season 9, so it's been a while, but also been a couple seasons for KenZy. CryOc made a showing in the Race Championships, playing, I think, twice. And in the first day that he came out, he got like 4 kills, like absolutely obliterated everybody. So he's been playing quite well when he did show his game. So I think actually this should be a quite close series.
Yeah. As for the activity of players, currently everyone is on off from time to time, so that isn't anything surprising. It depends how much time they dedicated before this match. So I think the more active player will have a big advantage.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm trying to think, what style did I see from CryOc? I'm pretty sure his Terran versus Zerg is his best matchup, but I could be wrong. Our players are ready. Map is going to be Vermeer, so let's get into game 1 between KenZy and CryOc.
So we've got TVZ, KenZy as the red Zarek in the top left corner of the map.
Yep, and in the bottom left are Blue Terran. It is CryOc. Now I'm trying to think back to that race championship series. I remember him playing versus Zerg quite often. I think he built like a barracks in his main and then hid a barracks in the center of the map. I'm pretty sure it was him, where he got a couple of wins with sneaky 2-racks play, no medics, just a ton of Marines. I think he even took down Avilov. I can't remember who the other Zerg player was. And we already have an SCV moving to potentially the center of the map. Could also be a wall off. Nope, there we go. So we're going to have the center of the map racks.
And so probably follow up later by a table, Vulture. That would be my bet. I would bet some money on that. But we're in Poland, so we can bet.
Well, this is Vermeer, and honestly, I have
Where
not played
is
this
he
map
going?
often. Okay, yeah, I was wondering where are you going to build the racks. He's decided that that's the place to be. We saw Bus Terran and the Asian region actually proxy a barracks pretty much where that Overlord is, that top middle. I was getting worried that he was going to proxy there, and KenZy instantly see it.
This is a pretty good move, to be honest, because if KenZy will decide to scout the middle, he might miss it. Of course, if we would be on the right side of the map and decide to scout middle just for that purpose, he would miss the barrack. But now let's see.
Yeah, this is a big brain move here, because the Overlord's going to go to the right side if he's top left. And that means that the drone scout is going to go bottom left, like we're seeing right here. So there's no reason to actually scout that direction with the drone. And this is going to be the 2-racks that I was exactly talking about. So KenZy's going to come in here, see that nothing looks unusual in terms of the barracks timing. However, look at the SCV count.
Yeah.
If KenZy is really on top of his game, he should know, like, hey, that SCV count is very low, isn't it?
But look at that. He didn't go to the mineral line.
He didn't. So he right now has been bamboozled. My God, 3-hatch before pool. Okay, well, this is a test. This will be a real test on how effective this build is. If it can be held by 3-hatch, then this build, I think, is a build that you just flat out can never win with generally. But for now, KenZy, like I said, has been bamboozled. He has no idea, and the Overlord's even going to miss this Rex.
I struggle to think about it. It's like how can he defend without a pull? Okay, we got an STV in the front.
Oh my gosh, well, okay, he's gonna pull drones, but honestly, you have to pull more drones than this. Yeah, now he's coming. CryOc actually a little late with his bottom reinforcements, but even this I don't think is enough drones. It's only 6, 7. Okay, here we go. Drones get on top of the Marines, but the bunker's done! If CryOc loads it up, instantly taps down GG.
Oh my God. So we'll have really fast games today. That is at least the current trend.
Yeah, it seems like people want to end it quite quickly, and as I stated, this is the exact build that CryOc used in the race championships. However, I've never seen it other than him using it. I'm sure KenZy has never seen it. Yeah, I mean, clearly he read it completely wrong, going 3-hatch before pool. But now CryOc's up 1-0. It's a best-of-3 series. KenZy's got to be thinking, like, okay, am I just going to get cheesed again? Am I going to get a normal game? Can I afford to risk going for a 3-hatch again?
That is always the thing when you lose in that way the first game, right? Then you start to think, if this will be a normal game, if this will be a cheese, how should I play? Should I play safe or risky or whatever? It's a really, I would say CryOc is a great position in terms of mind games now.
Yeah, now CryOc can almost do whatever he wants. A lot of people will go for a cheese again, but I actually want to see him go for 14 command center because, like I said, even though I don't know KenZy very well, when I played him a long time ago, he seemed to just play very normal. He didn't seem to play very aggressive like Eon Zerg. Like, he didn't seem to like, okay, I'm just going to abuse you with, multitask and speed and APM. I feel like KenZy, again, is just going to go hatch first. So I think CryOc 14cc could be amazing.
Yes, to be honest, when I was playing KenZy, I always liked it because he wasn't the type of a cheesy player. So I think you're right, and KenZy might start with a hatch first again. So let's see if CryOc will read the game properly.
Yeah, well, I did get to see through our other screen what the bans were, and we have Sylphid and Monopoly remaining. I think Monopoly is an amazing map for Terran, and it got through. So that means that KenZy is going to risk his life on this map. CryOc 1 game away from moving into the next round. Let's see if he can do it.
Okay, and we're starting again. The bottom left side of the map, we've got red this time. CryOc is red, so red turn CryOc.
Yep. And in the top left are blue Zerg. It is KenZy. Now, CryOc did get bottom left, which I do like for walling. Top left, not the biggest fan. I remember in ASL, I think Rush went for a wall, and then he followed up with a 5 racks versus a 2 hatch, and Soma just said, no, sir, you cannot do that versus 2 hatch. He instantly died. Though if KenZy does want to go for a fast command center here, this could be a great position with the wall, but instead, I see already he is putting a depot down in his main.
So probably something else. What do you think? What kind of play he will decide on? Okay, there isn't any wall in, so probably we'll start with Barak, follow up with a CC.
Yeah, probably just normal rack CC opener. It's going to be a 3-player map, so it's likely that CryOc, well, I mean, it's 50-50 that CryOc will scout first, and then he'll have the option to 15 CC or go for 2 Marine CC. CryOc doesn't strike me as a mech player. I don't think I've ever seen him mech, so don't expect to see gas. And there is the 12 hatch, and again, KenZy going for the same scout timing. This time around, not going to find CryOc first. I think the chances of the 3 hatch before pool is almost 0%.
Yeah, I think KenZy learned his lesson the hard way.
Yeah. At the same time, though, if you're KenZy here, you may be thinking, like, okay, well, what's the chance of him doing it twice in a row, right? So
those are the mind games.
Yeah, that's when the mind games start coming in. But not going to risk it. Remember, he's down 0-1. If he loses again, he would be in the losers bracket. So doesn't want to take that risk. And we do see CryOc got lucky here. He is going to find him first. And this is just a safe opener from CryOc. It's not going to be the greedy 15 CC. But I'm sure it will be coming, or the command center will be coming in just a second. Now, something to point out here is, KenZy, this is going to be a 3 hatch opener because we still do not see gas from him.
Exactly, so 3 hatches.
Yep, so this is a more old school style. We have the 245 gas. Everything here is normal for a 3 hatch. It's not like Tai 2 style where sometimes he even gets like a 4th hatch and tries to take a fast third base with this slow gas timing. But this means that we're going to have something like 630 Mutalisk compared to the normal 545 Mutalisk that we see these days. So CryOc scouting this may feel confident in going for a 5 racks, and actually he's felt
a
confident.
Marine instead? Oh,
yeah,
nice.
Marine. He wants to put a little pressure on, but backs off.
And the CV scouted that there are links, so probably that's the reason why he decided to fall back.
And actually, CryOc not going to go for +1, which was the most common follow-up to seeing a 3 hatch. Oh, okay, I thought that SC was setting up for a 3rd rack, but instead, this is just looking like a kind of normal-ish 2 racks timing. He's got the 335 gas. Probably going to be about a 345 Academy. He's going to be going for a stem push.
At this point, I feel like looking at the game and what are the build orders. I'm feeling like we'd go. Like the game would have been played 5 years ago, 4 years ago, something like that. Both players that are operating or using strategies that were very popular quite some time ago.
Yep, and I like how. Okay, that Academy is it's still okay. It's about a 4-minute Academy, but he's not going to have extreme pressure
And
onto the
we've
map.
got a Den.
Yes,
We've got a den.
Hydrogen. This I was not expecting from KenZy. I really thought for sure that this was going to be mutas. But he doesn't necessarily have to best with lurkers. You know, you could go lurkers and take a fast third base. There's a lot of options. He could take mid left. That could be a little bit sneaky. Top right, mid right.
Yeah, especially
right.
that those expansions are on cliff, so lurkers will be handy then.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have CryOc moving out with 7 Marines. Now, I don't know about this. This is very risky. If you're playing for somebody like Crossy, you move out like this, probably those Marines are already dead because he's already got speed. He's already got like 8 to 10 lings.
Oh,
But
okay. I for a moment there I thought that I would think that he will move forward, even though he saw that those are speed zerglings.
yeah, that would be a bit crazy. That would be... You need a really good read on your opponent to be making moves like that. We do see CryOc has an eBay. He is going to go into his +1 now, and that's going to give him like an 8-minute +1 timing. But still only 2 racks. Whoa, is that a factory? Oh my god, super fast factory.
Oh, is this a read or did he scan?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Did he scan already? I don't think he did. Oh my, okay, so he just blindly builds a factory, and this is actually going to be the perfect play. He's going to have fast tanks. He does need to scan, though, because Hydras, Lurkers, Lings could be coming in just a second. In fact, they are. I thought actually KenZy might expand. There's a scan at the Nat. Oh, he sees the Hydras. Perfect.
Look at where KenZy was looking. So he selected that Overlord on the top, at the bottom, in the bottom part of the map. So you think slow drop?
Yeah, I think it is slow drop. The reason I say that is because he's only used 500 gas for his lurkers, but look how gas starved he is. Normally Zergs would be building like 9 Mutalisks right now, right? So where's that extra gas going to? So I feel like this is definitely going to be drop, and that means CryOc does need to be careful. Look at these sneaky lurkers, but they got spotted. Meanwhile, CryOc, he is just scouting the map. I think this is exactly what you should do versus a lurker opener, because you need to know whether you're getting actually attacked. Because if you're not getting attacked and Zerg just gets away with a free third base, you're in trouble. Now this was good play. These Marines are not long for this world, and we do have tanks coming down for CryOc, so actually this is, despite not doing much damage with the Marine's medic push, he's in a good position. However, look at bottom right, those lurkers are getting loaded up.
Double slow
double
drop. Oh.
Alright, CryOc, this is going to be a real test. Remember, he's got a lot of Marine medic out in the center of the map, so I don't really know how much he has to defend in his main.
Nothing. And I accept a tank.
Oh man, look at him. He's got an SCV on the ledge, but it just barely misses in the darkness. The lurker's gonna unload, and this is unlucky for CryOc. Now he sees it. Tank gets off a nice shot. He's got a lot of scans. Oh man. Oh, whoa, they shot all at the same time. Perfection from CryOc. Really good response. Spread out Marines too. Oh my gosh, KenZy's not focusing the SCVs. Oh, is it gonna... The scan goes away. Okay, luckily he's got a second one. So KenZy, in the end, loses 4 lurkers for maybe like 2 or 3 SCVs and a couple Marines. This is as good of a trade as it could possibly have gone for CryOc.
I really don't like the way in which he buried those lurkers. He could split them just for scans. That would help him in the longer run, especially in the... Well, maybe not the longer run, but especially in the next few minutes.
Yeah, he did not get the maximum amount of damage with his lurkers for sure. And now KenZy, I mean, at least he has a third base, but it's a very open third base. And I have to say, as a Terran player, this is pretty much the absolute perfect counter to what KenZy's doing. Only thing that CryOc is lacking is he needs to ramp up that barracks count, and there goes the 4th one. Would like to see a 5th one pretty soon. But as soon as he gets 3 tanks and a single vessel, he's probably going to be pushing. However, remember, there is lurker drop potential. So anytime he moves out...
There's a speed
yeah,
OV, so... Yeah, so we've got another drop incoming. You think he will wait until CryOc will move out or he will drop immediately?
I think he should move out, but he may just go for it. I mean, he's got a Ling sitting right outside. As soon as CryOc leaves, he should go for it. We'll see, though. Now, KenZy has a lot of Hydras, Lurkers, and Lings, and there's a scan that goes off and sees it.
Did you see that? He moved his army, CryOc, I mean, moved his army back to the main. Did he scan the overlords?
Yeah, he may have seen that the Overlords have speed, and if they've got speed, you know that a drop should be coming. So CryOc needs to put down like a bunker in his main and then start moving out, because if Zerg is just droning this whole time, even if CryOc has a lead right now, which I think he does just slightly, Zerg is going to be on 3 bases, and 3-base Zerg is scary.
And the question is, how far away is the hive tech?
Yeah, it's super far away. I don't think there's going to be any hive anytime soon. It's just going to be Hydra Lurkers. All right, well, I'm just waiting for that blue dot at bottom middle to start moving. I think it's really just going to be a reaction to seeing red move across the map. Again, I mean, that's what he's looking for. He's looking for the hive, because if there's no hive, that means it's just Hydra Lurker, and he just wants to fight you in the center of the map. So what you're looking for as Terran is to just get critical mass tanks and just overwhelm a Hydra Lurker army. He scans the center. I don't know how he scans that, and he's going to find that base is.
He could anticipate that, right? He knew that there's speed, there's drop, so that is the obvious destination for an expansion.
Well, we've got a massive Lurker contained outside of the base. I mean, that's so many Lurkers. But you can see CryOc's got a 40 supply lead, and he does have a lot of tanks now too. It's 6 tanks.
Six tanks, exactly.
He does have +1 weapon, +1 armor, I think. So this is a big power spike for him. But I saw Zerg has +1 armor themselves. So, okay, here we go. This may trigger the drop. Let's see if KenZy will move them.
I think that CryOc heard you when you were talking about the bunker in the main.
Yeah, I saw that too. That's exactly what you need to do. Bunker doesn't have, the most DPS, but it does soak up a lot of hits, buys you a lot of time.
And I like the change in rally points. Usually you have rally points in front of your own expansion, next to your own expansion. Currently, CryOc switch, and each and every unit that comes out of the barracks or factories is gathering in the main base.
Yep, exactly, and here comes that drop. So this is where it's going to get weird. We got to pay attention to CryOc's attack while also defending here. He's instantly reacting to this. This is perfectly done from CryOc. Lurkers burrow way far away, and meanwhile the Lings kind of just come out single file, but this is what I was waiting for. Will those Lurkers catch CryOc's army as he's moving? Tank siege up. A lot of Marine losses, but I feel like CryOc's going to hold his main while also be able to push through.
Really nice execution by CryOc.
Well,
now he can just siege in meter after meter, and it will be very difficult for.
This is so many Hydras and Lurkers. This is so many Hydras and Lurkers. Luckily for CryOc, he didn't siege up all those tanks, so he can move them backwards. However, Hydra Lurker is just so strong in situations like this. KenZy is easily going to push this back. Oh no, Vessel bleeds off.
Oh my god.
Ooh, there's just not enough Terran right now. There's a decent amount of tanks, but Hydras can pick them off. There's no Marine support.
Look at the amount of money that CryOc has.
Yeah, floating a bunch of resources right now. It happens sometimes when games get chaotic like this, and he loses all of his tanks, and this was the engagement that KenZy was looking for. Remember, CryOc's still only on 2 bases. KenZy's on 4.
And on top of that, the mineral patches are almost half less, 300 minerals. So there's really a short window of opportunity that KenZy can use. If KenZy will be able to contain CryOc. Oh, okay, we've got a drop. Nice.
He's going to shut down that base. But look at the base that CryOc took. Bottom right, it's not the close base though, and this makes me worried because you would never ever take this base. It makes me think that CryOc may not be, may not have played Monopoly that often, because you would have taken bottom middle here, or mid left. I mean, bottom right, how do you ever defend it? It's so far away, but maybe I'm wrong. We do have another drop at the same time, though. Going into the main, it's gone unscouted so far, but KenZy moving in for a potentially killing move. There's not a lot of defense for CryOc. Oh my god, this is so much.
And only one tank.
It's just one tank, and look at this. So many lurkers instantly on top of the bunker. There's nothing on the high ground either, but we do have a drop in the main. And, oh, that's great D-Matrix, but unfortunately it's on Marines, which just get shredded generally. There's so many lurkers left over. The attack in the main gets shut down. I think KenZy's done it.
There are more lurkers than Marines. That's never a good option, a good situation.
Yeah, not good for Terran. The upgrades are similar too, 2-1 versus 2-1. That means that KenZy is going to take this game. He's forced to lift off a 93 supply to 88. There's really nothing to stop this army. No tanks, not enough vessels either. CryOc is bottled up in his main with no recourse. It's just a matter of time.
I'm really surprised because, you know, a failed slow drop, a failed dropped afterwards by KenZy, and still he managed to push back and come back on top. Probably, I don't see a way in which CryOc can come back to the game.
Yeah, I also don't see that. We got lurkers jumping on top of the bunker and the tanks. There's one in the middle line in the bottom side, so actually he will hold this, but just barely. Bottom right gets spotted by an overlord, so that base is going to instantly die.
Oh. Really not nice upgrades. 1-2 on Hydras.
Yeah, KenZy's done a really good job to macro and keep up his upgrades.
And 3-1 on Marines. Nice.
Yeah, they're super strong. He just doesn't have any money. If he had more money, I would still like his position. But the fact that we just broke, this is going to be the game-ending attack. There's too many lurkers, too many Hydras, and that means KenZy is going to tie up the score 1-1. There it is, GG.
We've got GG. I think that the turning point was when he lost that 6 or 7 tanks. That was the problem, because that was the firepower that could push back KenZy, but KenZy's attack just crushed CryOc's army. I was really surprised.
Yeah, you got to be careful fighting Hydra Lurker because it's surprisingly strong, and you can see there that
and you know, exactly like 5 seconds before the attack, I said there are so many tanks, so many Marines. I don't see how KenZy can, and KenZy did it.
Yeah, I mean, when lurkers can rack up. I mean, you were watching while CryOc was dealing with the drop. How many Marines did he lose in his army with his push? Like, a lot of them bled off into the lurkers. If he had them and he had them in an arc, I think for sure he could have held off. But once you lose your support for the tanks, Hydra lurkers plow through. And KenZy had 5 hatch production. He had double evolution chamber. Once that kicks in, you're in big time trouble unless you've got big eco from Terran. So it was nicely done from KenZy.
Yeah, and basically, with the exception of the drop to the middle base and destroying it, KenZy didn't suffer any economical damage. He could drone up, he got time, he had time to make mass lurkers, even though CryOc was able to push back on the 2 drops, or rather 3 drops even, if you count those slow drops separately, and it wasn't punished in any way.
Yeah, he got his eco up and rolling without punishment, like you said, and then he macroed really well. And that means that we're going to be going into our 3rd map, the only remaining map, because I saw the bans earlier. That means we are going to have Sylphid. Yep, Sylphid is going to be the map choice. And I think we may see that proxy racks again from CryOc. And this is a map where you do proxy quite often, so it wouldn't surprise me to see it. Let's find out, though. Will CryOc pull it out in Game 3?
We'll see. We'll see. Again, a 3-player map. Okay. On 12 o'clock, we've got blue Zer KenZy.
Yep, and in the mid right, our red Terran player, it is CryOc. I think his build order last game was pretty much perfect for the
Build
opener.
order that KenZy, that KenZy did. Perfect
Yeah.
counter. And the beginning was really beautiful for CryOc.
Yep, just needed a little bit better control with his initial push, and I think he could have taken it, but it was well done from KenZy. But as you stated, last game was very old style. Like it was like 4 or 5 years ago, and we saw KenZy already go for 3 hatch before pull on Vermeer. So again, I'm expecting to see a 3 hatch play for him, not like a 2 hatch muta.
Yeah, how do you like a 3 hatch play here on Sylphid?
I think 3 hatch is not bad. You've got a lot of bases that you can take, like top left on that high ground there. You can even get sneaky and try and take bottom left high ground, or you take the other main. And it wasn't like KenZy couldn't get lurkers out on the map, like he got lurkers out last time. So if you can get lurkers and a 3rd base up, 3 hatch can be fine. But personally, I'm a bigger fan of 2 hatch muta. It forces Terran to sit back and try and manage their eco. Got to be very careful with your turret placement. And as a Terran player, I hate bottom right because you cannot build turrets at your natural effectively. I don't know what your thoughts are on bottom right building cannons, but I hate them to deal, or I hate building static D at the bottom right natural to try and kill the Mutilis.
Yeah, I usually I had problems with that also. That when I played PvZ, I just said, okay, I'm going straight cursors no matter what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like no other option, because okay, even if you make a cannon or two, 7, 8 mutas, 9 mutas, and those cannons are worthless. So no, go cursor or go home.
Yes, I think a lot of Protoss players probably feel similarly. And again, we do have KenZy with the 3 hatch play. So CryOc probably more than likely just going to go for that 2 racks into factory again. I think he's probably aware, like, okay, well, if I execute this a little bit better, I probably could have taken the game, and there's going to be that 245-ish gas follow-up.
You got a CC from CryOc. Is it a little bit faster than prior game? I think yes.
Yeah, it might be slightly faster.
Slightly, yeah.
Pretty similar, though, I would say.
Yeah. Nothing game changing.
Yeah, we do have... Okay, I thought CryOc might rush his 2nd racks, but instead he's just going to put down the depot and consistently build off of 1 racks right now. As I've stated before, most common follow-up to 3 hatch play is +1 5 racks, but we didn't see it last game. Still no gas for CryOc right now, so kind of makes me think that we're going to see another 2 racks play, which is fine.
Yeah, especially that last game, it worked pretty nice. Basically, the build order was correct. The decisions were a little bit off. So basically, till mid game, everything went perfectly for CryOc. So it's understandable that he will think about a similar build order.
Yep, everything is pretty much the same. I see the 340 gas. Academy is going to be coming down at 4 minutes, which means he's going to have big eco. He's not cutting SCVs or Marines to build that academy, and this is, as you stated, more old school style. What I'm really waiting to see is the racks count, because you can still go 4 barracks with this. You can go into that 530 factory that we saw last game. He's gotten full intel, still got the SCV alive. Oh, never mind. Goodbye.
Faster scars. Yeah, it's like this build order from both players. It's like 5 minutes, no rush. It looks like no one attacks each other, just making units, going with plan. Nothing too odd, I would say.
Oh my gosh.
Again, Aden.
Yeah, Hydrodent. So, again, as I stated before, KenZy has options with this. He can take a 3rd base. No reason that he can't do that. He could just try and, Ling Lurker all in you. He could go for drops again. Sylphid, it does have open mains. We could definitely
those
see
mains
drops
are
coming.
huge.
Yeah, they're very big. kind of almost as big as Monopoly. So we may get to see that again. I see KenZy's gas is quite low, right? So he may already have started that drop upgrade.
You see, if you take a look on the Overlord that is moving exactly to the back of the mirror land, it's...
I see it.
Yeah.
Ooh, whoa. Now that is a somewhat fast move out. But it is only... Okay, there we go. 8 Marines. I was wondering, I was like, wow, that's just 6 Marines. You're really going to move out with it? But 8 is a little bit different. We do have a counterattack, but Bunker is set up. Okay, but Lings are just going to run in. He does have stim. Luckily, however, he does lose 2 Marines there. He's stimming for it. Okay, this is not going to work. CryOc, you got to back off, dude. Instead, he's going to continue to try and bust through. But Lings and Hydras are easily going to clean this up. And that is actually going to be another fast factory follow-up. So again, CryOc's got a really good build order versus this.
Do you think that either player will change something in their gameplay, knowing what the other player is playing? Because CryOc knows, but anticipates that this is a similar, exactly even the same build order as last game, and CryOc was scouted like 2 seconds ago, so both players know each other's build orders.
Yeah, this time around he scanned and found out that it was Hydra's faster than last game, so the counter to Hydra Lurkers to actually put down a second factory. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. I see that he's got the add-on to the factory. Not sure if that's a starport. Nope, that's a starport. So it is just going to be basically the same. But we do have KenZy taking another close by third base. So he really wants to have all his production right next to each other. Lurgers and Lings getting into position. And there's the evolution chamber. So everything is pretty much exactly the same for both sides.
With maybe the exception, there is no Overlord next to the main base.
Yeah, no drop. You can see CryOc was looking for it though. He's aware. He's like, dude, I remember last game you going for this drop. So he sends an SCV to scout, sees nothing. Ooh, now we could have hold position lurkers. Oh, those are on hold position. Oh no, they're not. That could have been dangerous.
That would be really beautiful if that worked.
Hey, whose side are you on? You're on Terran's side or Zerg's side? That's not beautiful.
I'm just enjoying the view. I'm Protoss player. You can Terrans and Zergs, you can kill each other. I'm a Protoss.
Yeah, you don't care as long as Protoss ain't dying. You don't care.
Exactly. You get my point.
Well, we've got the first tank out again. 3 tank vessel push is very standard. We may see CryOc go for that, but because it is a heavy Hydra Lurker play that we saw from KenZy last game, he may not feel confident moving with just 3. So he may again wait for like 5 or 6 more critical mass, wait for his +1 armor to kick in before moving out.
I think that the Overlord next to the Terran's expansion moved. No, it didn't. So we've got still. So there's no Overlord drop, but CryOc doesn't know about it and is preparing for that.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what you should do, because you definitely don't want to die to drop. Drops can change the game in an instant, so it's a nice move from CryOc to rally everything there. Every time he scans, he sees more and more Hydras being pumped out, and that should signal to CryOc that, okay, I've got to definitely have a lot of tanks when I move out, because I can easily get surrounded, and that is going to be a second factory, so this is a nice read from him. Look at those bunkers, dude. You see them at the net?
4 bunkers in total. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, you are not going to bust me, dude. Not going to happen.
Or rather, please try to bust me.
Yeah, try. Come in here. Let's see what happens.
Open invitation.
Exactly. Well, for now, KenZy is just building millions and millions of lurkers. He's got triple gas. He can build tons of lurkers and hydras.
Exactly, and the eco is really good. So fully saturated bases.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job to keep his money low. Look at it. It was at 3 minerals for a second. So KenZy really on top of his macro. He's within 5 supply of each other. Okay, he almost gets a bunch of Marines. Instead, he gets maybe 2 or 3, loses a Lurker. And now CryOc's army is starting to get scary, but that's still a lot of Lurkers and Hydras, like I said.
Let's see how this will work out.
CryOc needs, I think, 1 more round of tanks, and then it's go time. He's got 5 barracks. His armor should be close. Oh, no, I don't think this is enough. He's got to be very, very careful with this attack. He definitely has to spread out. And look at that. +1 armor just kicked in for KenZy, too, so that's a massive power spike for him.
+1/+1, both players. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, CryOc just being very careful. He's still scanning. He's like, okay, is there Queen's Nest ever? Is there ever going to be anything other than Hydra Lurker? And the answer is no, sir. It's just going to be 5-hatch Hydra Lurker, and that army is so balled up. I'm so worried.
If CryOc would identify a hive, that the hive isn't going, what would be the best answer then?
You just wait for more tanks. You just literally just wait for more tanks. If Zerg doesn't want to get the filers and not attack you, that's fine. Just literally build 20 tanks, and then there's absolutely no way Zerg can win. You can just irradiate forever while sitting with siege mode and slowly push. I mean, this is actually KenZy's the one that needs to do something, because if CryOc just sits here and builds up more tanks, there's no way KenZy can win unless there's a complete 360 surround, which he has. Okay, CryOc, you're getting a little bit too far forward. This could be the moment.
Yeah.
Here he comes from all angles. Not that many tanks, only 4. Oh my god, there's so many Lurkers. Goodbye, CryOc.
Where are D-Matrix?
Oh, massacre.
The D-Matrix is late, and CryOc did a similar mistake on us in the last game. He moved out like he walked for half of the map unsieged, knowing that there's a surround, because he scanned that.
Yeah, he knew it was just non-stop Hydra Lurker, but as you stated, a little bit too far forward, and he gets his army completely wiped. And behind this, KenZy is on 4 bases with 6-hatch production, and he has a double evolution chamber, so he's going to have 2-1 pretty soon. That was just absolutely perfect from KenZy, and that's the fight that he needs. And I think he may not win here, but the damage is done. There's almost no way.
Those tanks, Marines can be rebuilt, but tanks, 8 tanks in total, I believe.
Yeah, so many tanks to get up line.
Yeah. Because I thought that CryOc will move like a turtle terran in PvT, just 3 tanks sieged, 3 unsieged, move a little bit in front, again and again and again, and that would work better, I think.
Yeah, the problem was it's just the tank count was too low and too far forward, like you said. I like how CryOc actually got +2 weapon instead of armor, because he knew KenZy was going to be getting weapon anyway, so armor wouldn't have really helped him. So that was a pretty smart move, but now that supplies are even, we have a drone cycle coming in, we have Hive coming in. CryOc, I actually don't think he can attack anymore. I think he just has to camp, take his 3rd base, take his 4th base. That's going to give up map control.
That KenZy will do a mistake, because even if there will be 2 bases, that time KenZy will take the whole map to himself. And the Hive tech, Ultras, the fillers, swarms, everything will be just everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. That's the dilemma for CryOc, is if he sits, KenZy gets the whole map. If he doesn't sit, well, his whole army probably gets wiped. I think this is the best move he can possibly do. He's going to sit on high ground, take his 3rd base, but I don't even think this is enough. I think he also has to get the mineral only, and he does see the bad news. KenZy's already got top left. As a Terran, you're not feeling good about this at all. This is the move that CryOc needs, though. KenZy's going to go in for an attack, and this is not that much. The Marines are spread, the tanks are spread. This is great. Okay, smartly, KenZy is going to turn around. We're going to come down, get a couple Lurkers for free. That's a start. CryOc still has supply lead, but you always got to be nervous when Zerg is basically even in supply. One thing I've also noticed is, okay, there's the armory at top right. He needs to start getting tank upgrades.
And that +3 upgrade, because +3 is needed. kill a Hydra in one shot? Right. Yeah, it is. And there's one more thing I would like to see from CryOc. Some drops. We need to remember that KenZy didn't go for a Spire. The drops might be very powerful here.
Yeah.
And now he puts on a Spire.
Yeah, of course. That's
Of course.
You know that's how it
Of course.
happens. Cast a curse, man. 15-minute Spire. That's new meta. Oh, okay. Well, this is another moment, I think, where CryOc might have a fantastic trade. Look at the arc this time. This is as good as it's possibly going to go.
Matrix. Now we need the Matrix.
Oh, it's still just so much Zerg, dude. Look at that. Hide your lurker. It's just insane how much damage it can do. KenZy feeling confident he's going to move in here. Maybe overextend? Yeah, he does lose a lot. Now look at that. Imagine if he had those 5 tanks with that fight. That could have been game-changing. Damn, he's got a lot of tanks, actually. Almost 9. That was actually not that bad. I mean, CryOc lost his army, but look at the supplies, 110 to 130. As we've stated, though, the big issue is that KenZy's just taking everything. CryOc needs to do something. I agree with you. Like, if he was able to drop mid-left, that would be a denied base. That would kind of even it up, 3 bases to 4, and I think CryOc would be starting his 4th base pretty soon.
Yeah, I think that there's an STV in the mineral only, so
Yeah.
probably, yeah, exactly. Look at that small force.
Yeah, he got
Nice
across
move,
the map.
really nice move. I don't know how he got across the map, but a really nice move.
Yeah, I don't know how he got across either, but this is the move that he needed to make. He's going to lose this entire army, but he gets the drone, he gets the canceled hatch. How effective can he trade here? Okay, well, the answer's not very effective, but that was still not bad. He got an irradiate off. Okay, I see
But
it,
what-
oh, look how many tanks!
Oh, okay. 11
This is-
tanks.
This is the type of a tank count that he needed in the initial push. This is a ton of tanks, but now there's defilers.
Oh,
Oh,
on
fantastic.
only 2 lurkers?
Yeah.
I need to watch a replay. I need to check how many kills those lurkers made. And look, there's only one medic.
I see. And there's only 1 Dark Swarm. But do you need more? Okay, 2. And that means that all of these tanks are dead. Oh my god. The orange
This
cloud.
is so powerful.
The orange cloud, it's so good.
He bought them. Yeah.
He's out of irradiates too, so he has no way to kill these. That command center is dead. Oh man. Supply lead for KenZy now. Well, CryOc does have his 4th base up at bottom middle, but this base has been breached and there's not that many vessels. He lost 10 tanks, so he can't even kill lurkers as they unburrow out of this, really. So here comes another Dark Swarm. This may trigger the GG. If he casts it, there it is. There's really just nothing left for CryOc.
Really beautiful execution by KenZy.
Yeah, this
It's on
is
top of his macro. Upgrades probably are also 1-2 on Lurkers 2-2, so really nice upgrade.
Yeah, and he's got ultras coming behind it. Wall on, 4 gases, 6 bases. He even got mineral only going up at top right. This is just fantastic macro play from KenZy, and he's looking really strong because and going into the top side of the bracket because this game's over. There's no way that CryOc can win this unless Dark Swarm doesn't come down.
And it didn't.
Where did the Defiler go? Did it die? I didn't see it.
Radiated?
Okay, maybe it got irradiated, but still the 3rd base is breached. CryOc struggling for resources.
Only 1 base.
Yeah, he has to hold that top base. Meanwhile, KenZy just macroing up. Supplies are still relatively close, but just mega eco for KenZy right now. 6 bases, like 8 hatcheries. Ultra's coming.
Yeah, the moment the cows will enter Craig's base, it will be, to say at least, problematic.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely problematic.
Okay, let's see. Okay. What's this? Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. There's a Dark Swarm. He gets all of the tanks, and he's gonna all that's gonna be left is Bio. CryOc needs to run, and he takes big losses on his Marine count too.
2 vessels also went down, so yeah. Even though CryOc isn't gas starving, so but still, it's still a problem. The only thing that can deal damage under the Dark Swarm is getting smaller in its population. So yeah.
Yeah, and now Ultras are out with Crackling, with Defilers. CryOc is not long for this world. This is probably gonna be the final attack. One consolidated attack from KenZy should end it. 40 supply lead for KenZy. He's got almost max upgrades on all of his units. 2-2 for Lings. I think Hydras are at 2-2 also. Not that many vessels, not that many tanks.
Look at the map.
I see it's all blue.
Blue.
This is probably CryOc's last stand. Here he goes. And in the Bio Ball, it's just like 24, and that's it. Trying to get something done, trying to alleviate some pressure. He's retaken his 3rd base. That's a start. But here comes a huge attack from KenZy. Good radiates. Needs to kill that Defiler. It got through. Dark Swarm goes down. Where's the catch-up? Oh, another Dark Swarm goes through. Actually, this was a pretty good trade for CryOc, but in the end, there's still no answer to the Burrowed Lurkers. Oh no, all the vessels. Wings mowing down those SCVs. 50 supply lead for Ken. Oh my gosh, is he about to splash all his SCVs? Okay. Oh no, here comes the lurker.
He doesn't need to splash them. Lurkers will take care of that.
Yeah. I got you, fam. I'll kill those SCVs.
Yeah. Don't worry, man. I'll take it.
Oh my gosh, it's so many Lings. +3 armor has kicked in. One lurker preventing the mining of the base. Tank is gonna clean it up. But here comes an oh my gosh!
Oh, one more shot. That would be like traumatic spike.
Yeah.
And probably CryOc would have nightmares about it.
Yeah. Well, this is the final attack. There's no way that he can stop this. That's not even the whole army. Most of the army is on the left side. Ultra's getting on top of the Marines.
Misclick.
Yeah, misclick. That's the only saving grace. Okay, well, I guess when the attack comes in like that, maybe he can hold it. But mineral only is going to be breached. That's going to be a forced liftoff right there. Probably going to have to reposition. But if he repositions, look at that blue line coming from the top. All those SCVs falling. All the SCVs falling. Below 75 supply is CryOc. There it is. GG.
GG. And you see, again, the same situation. We've got a builder, a perfect counter, and yet CryOc didn't manage to smite KenZy.
Yeah, it's hard to attack actually with Marine Medic tank. You want to push, but if you're ever caught unsieged, you all of a sudden fall apart. And as I stated, the tank count, it was just too low. If KenZy's just going to make Hydra Lurker the whole game, you literally just sit there and build tanks the whole game. That's all you have to do. As soon as you see the hive, that's when you start getting worried. But if there's going to be no defilers, just be tanking. But it was nicely done from KenZy. Good macro, good taking of bases.
Great execution.
Well done. Yes, very well done. And that means he's going to be moving on into the next round. And that is, what's that set us up? Attack versus KenZy? And Oh, I meant in the bracket. But our next matchup is going to be Sziky versus CryOc in the losers bracket. That's going to be our next matchup, which this is going to be PvP. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you know for who I'll be rooting, right?
CryOc, yeah.
Huh? I wanted to say yeah, of course, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Well, Sziky, do you know much about Sziky? Any intel on his play style?
I really back in the days when I was an active player, Sziky was really great player. I don't know on what level he's currently, but he was always a solid player, and I enjoyed watching his streams when he was streaming. And he was always an opponent that you had to worry about. But my feeling is my cat tells me that he's not a type of a cheesy player, so I'm really looking forward to the game. I don't like cheesy games.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
I'm a type of player that enjoys the game after 40 minutes.
After 40 minutes? Holy smokes.
Exactly.
Damn. So you're definitely one of those honor, skill, hard work Protoss that Artosis knows and loves.
Yeah. You know, hallucinations, arbiters, mind control. That's what the type of game that I enjoy. You know, like an OOMS, something like that. That's something I like.
Protoss has great AoE and great storms. I don't know why more people don't use more of their spells. You can use arbiters and carriers together. You don't have to just pick one. I always like when people use both of them, or combo carriers plus storm or hallucination, like you're talking about.
Yeah. Playing versus Z versus Zerg, always Millstorm. That's a must.
Yeah.
You know that what's funny when you were combining. I remember a game or two back in the days when I played, when you were running around the map with carriers, destroying everything, and then you recall them somewhere else, and the interceptors are going through the whole map back to the carriers. That's a beautiful sight.
Yeah, that's my move, man. I love that move. Terran is very immobile, and carriers are so strong. I mean, as you know, you kill a building and you can leave. Imagine if you kill a command center or factories and then you recrawl across the map. What can they do to that? You can't do anything about it.
That Terran thinks, okay, I've got him cornered. He's in my main. I will just see ya, guys.
Yeah. Carrier arbor is super strong. Of course, you have to have a lot of money for that. It's a super late game comp. You're trying to do it at 10 minutes.
That's why I like the game after 40 minutes.
40,
I can do that everything.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll be hoping that Sziky versus CryOc gets to 40 minutes. I remember in long time in BSL, there was an hour-long game between CryOc and Madinho. That's Terran versus Terran. A little different, of course. But at least that gives me hope that CryOc won't cheese in the game in 10 minutes or so. We're not going to see a 2-fact, I don't think.
I hope not. Really like to see when the game's goes at least to mid-game. 15-minute marker, and the players can show their skills, at least to a certain level. So that's afterwards, okay, someone can die. But till that time, I want to see the game.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to see a normal game. I want to see macro. I don't want to see a DT drop win the game. Or I don't want to see a Marine Medic push win the game. We do get a look at the profile stats from Sziky. You can see that he was in Gosu League for the past 3 seasons. I feel like I've seen him in Pro League before, but maybe I'm misremembering. Meanwhile, as I said before, CryOc, he's a Pro League player, but it's been a while since he's been in Pro League, so he's looking to not get eliminated here. Remember, top 4 from the overall regional championship makes it into the actual BSL15 finals, or group stage, I mean, round of 16. So as far as maps, you're the Protoss player here. Is there any map here that stands out to you as, okay, I want to play this map?
No, but there isn't any that I wouldn't like to play against. Run, you think?
Okay, well that's good to know. So you think it's a pretty good map pool. So we've got our first. Hmm? Okay, well we've got our map set. It is going to be Vermeer. I think this is a pretty standard map. So let's get into our losers match: Sziky versus CryOc.
CryOc, of course. Red Terran, bottom right corner of the map.
Yep, and in the bottom left are blue Protoss. It is Sziky. Now let me ask you, are you somebody that likes 12 Nexus, or are you somebody that likes,
No.
Gateway Zealot Nexus? What do you think about that new style?
I would rather prefer, my style would be rather more Gateway Zealot Nexus. And to be even more problematic for the Terran, Bastille. Now you can say bad things about me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so definitely, if I'm queuing you on the ladder, I need to have Eclipse and Butter vetoed.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've got no forward pylon from Sziky, so it's not going to be an aggressive Zealot opener. We are waiting to see. Mm-hmm.
I think that the first game between those players will be rather than just filling out their opponent. Oh, this is best one. Sorry, I forgot that this is a loser bracket. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, so
maybe each player is afraid of cheese. of a cheese.
Yeah, they could be. I mean, I think Terran's probably the more afraid of cheese, since there's a few more options for products. I'm not saying Terran doesn't have any, just saying there's a few more.
And there are Protoss cheeses are, when you cheese as Protoss, there is a follow-up, even if it won't work completely. If you cheese as Terran, it's very difficult to move forward with the game.
Yeah, that is true. Once you've committed to the all-in, you're pretty dead if it doesn't work. We do see normal opener from Sziky, Cybernetics coming in. This was 12 gas from...
Cross map scout. That's an interesting option.
Okay, so what do you think he was looking for here? Was this just to find BBS, or what was the reason for the cross scout?
I think I quite often scout cross map, or scouted. Didn't say scout, scouted, and just omitting the top left location in this particular situation, and then just moving bottom right. Because now you see that that the turn player is moving top left, so you know that he's probably not there. Yeah, it's easier, faster scout.
Yep. So he is going to know Terran is bottom right, and we'll find him. And we do see a more older school opener from Sziky. It's going to be range from him. A lot of players these days are skipping range, get faster Nexus, even sometimes skipping range to go Nexus into Robo.
Yeah, I feel, looking at when I was watching Bonyth stream, that appeared to be a meta, skipping the range, going Nexus and then the Robo.
Yep.
I was surprised with that.
Yeah, it is definitely current meta right now. Terrans have a hard time pushing you, so if you can get up a faster Robo, skip that range. It's a good position for Protoss. Now we do have an interesting play from CryOc. He's got 3 Marines. He's got a Vulture coming though, so he's looking to get some damage done. And Sziky backing off.
Oh, nice. Okay, will he? He won't catch the Vulture. What is he doing? He probably go for a Nexus now. So the most standard of standard build orders.
Yeah, this is a really safe opener from Sziky. It's gonna be 3 Goon expand. And Vulture, what I like to do with the Vulture is come in at around 430, but instead he's gonna poke in right now, and Goon is gonna be in position, and it is going to be pushed back. But this at least confirms to Sziky it's a Vulture opener, which means 2-fact push can't happen. If it does happen, it's going to be slow. And there's Starport follow-up from CryOc. Meanwhile, Robo from Sziky, so 430-ish Robo. This drop play from CryOc may actually get in before the observer gets out.
And we need to remember that the problematic thing here is that main isn't facing CryOc in a Protoss. So he will have to go through expansion or around the base if he will plan to drop, but we'll see.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And we do have CryOc laying some mines, but the Goon spots it, but at least he knows that mines are out on the map, so he won't just mindlessly walk around and potentially lose them. Observatory coming out. I think Starport just started its add-on, so observer timing and dropship are going to be similarly matched. Now, what's that? Okay, that's an eBay. We haven't seen armory anywhere. We haven't seen gas anywhere.
Okay, I get it that the drop might deal a huge amount of damage, right? But I feel that we've got it later armory, later upgrades because he started with the mines, later tanks because he started with the vultures. Isn't this if the drop won't work, won't that set behind CryOc like ages and make a lot of damage in terms of economy and basically everything?
Yeah, the drop definitely has to do a lot of damage. People underestimate the cost of the starport. Yeah. You know, the upgrade, the speed and mine upgrade, the dropship cost also. I mean, that's so much gas that doesn't help Terran. If this does no damage, I want to see Sziky instantly take a third base, maybe even a fourth base. I mean, maybe fourth base is a bit much, but 3 base and then go into like 8 gate Arbiter tech, that would be amazing. But this drop has gone unscouted. All of the goons are out of position. Oh, the Sim City's good though, but CryOc just drops directly into the probe line. Oh my gosh, the goons can't get back there! Look, the goons can't get back there!
The Sim City's working against him.
Oh my god! Alright. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Okay, well, Baser, was this enough damage, you think?
It's the first time I saw something like that.
Why on earth would you ever just fly all of your vultures through and not instantly unload? I don't know, but it was the perfect play. I don't know how many probes it actually killed, but it forced off so much lost mining. CryOc has so many options now. He could expand. He could go into like a 5-fact Terror timing that I know Terror likes to play. I would like the 5-fact follow-up the most, actually, because he got his armory kind of relatively late, but it would kind of line up once all the factories are done, and there we go. We've got 4 factories coming in. Oh my god, Sziky is in big time trouble. Just now getting his 3rd, 4th gate up, just now starting a Citadel. Oh my, wow, a season going to 6 gate. Okay, well maybe 4-fact won't be or 5-fact won't be smart, but you know, Terran doesn't have to attack. They can scan and see this and just take a 3rd base.
Exactly. CryOc is in a great place, great position. Usually at this point the limit difference is a little bit bigger. Here we have only 7 limit difference, so that's almost nothing at this stage of the game.
Yeah, this is a really good position for Terran right now. Protoss got very lucky to not get intercepted by any of those mines. You do see no scans from CryOc just yet. Okay, there we go. Stargate and Templar Archive coming in, so it is going to be Arbiter. But this is not 3-base Arbiter, so Sziky's econ is really kind of down in the dumps right now. There's a scan. What's he see? Okay, he sees all the gates and he sees Templar tech. So, and he sees there's no 3rd base. So the real thing CryOc should do right now is just take a 3rd base in camp.
You would have probably the 3rd base of CryOc will be probably faster than the Sziky.
Yeah, for sure. There's still no probe even sent over there yet at all, so he has no intention of taking a 3rd base. I have to say, when I played in the NA Championship versus Boa, there was no place almost to build factories at bottom left. And I'm looking at CryOc's base and how he's building his depots. Like, they're at the bottom, they're at mid-right. Where can he build factories?
Yeah.
He's not going to have much space for more factories. That's actually what I'm most worried about right now, is where he can actually build production. I mean, right there, and maybe like 1 or 2 factories at the bottom, below those 4, but that's it, really.
Okay, CryOc is securing the 3rd base. Okay.
Oh, uh-oh. That could be a Artosis and Nyokin moment right there. You think you built the command center, it didn't build. That SCV definitely is not distance mining, or does not want to be distance mining. He wants to have that command center built. Uh-oh, okay, he's going to back up. But yeah, I think that was a shift move on that SCV, and this command center has not started. CryOc still doesn't realize. Oh no, this is heartbreaking. Still no idea.
And he's floating a lot of minerals. Make additional factory.
Yeah, 5th fact, 6th fact coming down. I'm sure he's going to lift that for his 7th and 8th factory, but again, still no command center just yet. That SCV was definitely shift move to the minerals, expecting that command center to be built, and it has not been built. So CryOc, who was in a good position, still in a good position, but definitely could be better. He needs to build that command center. We have arbiters out. We have 3rd base coming down. 4th base probably going to be coming down pretty soon for Sockway. There we go. Now it has started.
Okay, we've got the first arbiter in play.
All right, well, if you're Protoss and you're in a position like this, you know, you can stasis, you can recall. Is there anything that makes you think, like, okay, recall's definitely going to be better here, or stasis is going to definitely be better here?
I usually prefer recalls, even sometimes offensive recalls, together with the army. That's always a good thing. Especially that I feel that CryOc has more tanks than vultures. So probably it will be a tank-heavy push. Of course, statuses are always great, but I really prefer a recall. Of course, in the moment when CryOc will move out, just a backstab. Better option even would be to a backstab and status the ramp so that CryOc can't move into the main.
Yeah, that's a deadly combo. I definitely hate when that happens to me. We do have CryOc on 8 factories versus something like 8 gates. Still no 4th base for Sockway. Oh, actually, that's a lot of gateways. Okay, 11 gates for Sockway.
11 gates. Yeah, exactly. I don't like that Sockway didn't take his gas in the third expansion. That's that if a 3rd gas would enable him to go for 2 Stargate arbiters. Now, as we can see, he's gas starved.
Yeah, he needs to get that 3rd gas for the double Stargate at some point. We do have slight supply lead for Sockway, but honestly, if I'm Terran in this situation and I see this 180 supply versus 170, I honestly feel like as long as I defend recall, I probably can't lose this game. We do have CryOc at +2 weapons, so a big power spike for him. Here comes that recall, though.
Oh my god!
Oh, does he notice, though? Does he have EMP? No! He misses it! Arbiter's gonna get in! Look at that factory, though. It walls in all the units!
It isn't a big force, but something that will make CryOc, cause CryOc to move back to his main.
Yeah, Vulture is attacking. Okay, now it is mowing down all those dots. I thought he was mostly focusing that Dragoon. So this recall did not do that much damage. The SimCity actually really helped CryOc, and that was a tiny recall. And at the same time, Sockway does.
I want to say that's why I like to make the recall with another arbiter. I mean, okay, you take one arbiter, make the recall, but together with the army that you're recalling, have another arbiter. for a stasis, for another recall on top of the units, Terran units that will come in to the main base to defend it. So that's always that I try to do.
Yeah, whenever somebody recalls an additional Arbiter versus me or shuttles, I hate it. It's so hard to deal with. It's additional units. Potentially also if it's a double recall. We do have CryOc taking a 4th base, but there's no defense up here at the top side, so this is going to be a canceled base.
It was scouted, so yeah. But taking into consideration the upgrades, the limits, I think that both players are in a decent position. Even, to be honest, I would probably favor a little bit CryOc, taking into consideration the upgrades, the 1 and the limit. It's there's no way, if the whole Terran army will be together, there's no way a Protoss army at this point can fight with it. It will have to be a fight after fight, good statuses, maybe some offensive recall, something like that. Because if 2 armies will collide, Terran will be on top. Oh my god.
This is going to be an amazing fight for CryOc. So many Zealots die before the fight even starts, but that was a good drag into the tanks. However, there's just like 20 tanks behind them. So the goons have to be careful. Actually a big loss in supply for CryOc. Meanwhile, Sakwe's staying pretty strong at around, what's that say, 185 or so? No, 165.
Here we have the second Stargate.
Yep, second Stargate is done, and this does make it a lot more scary for Terran. As a Terran player, whenever I see something like 4 Arbiters, I get really worried about making any move, because there could be the double recall that you talked about. You could be running into 8 stasises, and then you basically have no tanks at all. So CryOc does need to be very diligent when he moves out, needs to be careful, try and land as many EMPs as possible.
The EMPs are the key point here. I remember in some BSL long time ago, I played you. I remember a game really went to the mid game. We both had limits, but you had an EMP and a perfect aim. My arbiters. I think with one EMP, you've EMP'd my 3 arbiters, and this is the option that CryOc needs to fight against Protoss army.
Yeah, EMP is fantastic. So is stasis. If you can stasis all the vessels, we do have a recall come in to the natural, but CryOc was just sitting and waiting for it. Perfect response from him. Really not a lot of damage done by this attack, and that's an Arbiter gone with a big chunk of goons gone. So CryOc may be finally feeling confident to move out. He's at max right now. He's got +3 weapon. So this is the perfect power spike and opportunity for him to go for an attack. But instead, he's just securing his side of the map.
Right, going into a split map scenario, or maybe not entire map split map, but something ish. I'm curious what are the upgrades of the Sakwe. The Sakwe units appear to only 2+ on the weapons. But
yeah,
the thing that is in favor of the Sakwe is the fact that he took another main base. So probably we'll see the gateway flood there.
Yeah, if you can get something like 5 to 10 gateways at another main, plus the 10 or 15 gates you have in your own main, I mean, you're looking at 20 to 25 gate production. It's really hard for Terran to deal with, because a lot of times Terrans sit at around 8, 9, 10 factories, and you just simply can't produce as much as Protoss. But here we go, finally an attack. Sakwe is way out of position. Half of his army is at the top side of the map. He may be going for a counterattack, but there's so many... Oh, he recalled! Okay, he's going to deny mid-right. But he has no way to stop this army. There is so many attacks, but actually, it draws CryOc back.
I think that both players made a slight mistake.
Man Center dies, and that means CryOc's actually on like 1 base mining right now. Meanwhile, Sakwe still has 2, 3, 4 bases running, really. 4th base, I mean, CryOc's at a huge bank, 2K, but he does need to get that 4th base up and running pretty soon.
And taking into consideration the number of gateways and the number of bases, Sziky can easily trade.
Yeah. He can keep trading. He can keep trading. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, how does that get through? It just Protoss things. It gets through into the natural. This is buying Sziky so much time. Like, I really do think CryOc has an almost unstoppable army, but he's not attacking with it. And now it's only at 150, whereas it was 200 a moment ago. He doesn't have a big bank. Well, I mean, he has 2K, but he doesn't have good eco is what I mean. Like, he's really only mining on one base.
You know, I started to say, when I saw the Arbiter, started saying, this won't work, and it worked. I was really surprised, at least as much as you, that the recall went through.
Yeah, I thought that those turrets would get it, but didn't happen. CryOc actually is in trouble. Like, I realize he's still in a decent position, but the fact that Sziky just has so many bases is the worrying factor for me, and also double Stargate. So, I mean, the Arbiter count was low in the beginning, but it's going to be really high in the next couple minutes. All these goons, goodbye. Arbiter's going to fall, but as I stated, this is double Stargate, so he should have 2 or 3 more. Yep, there's 2 right there. Oh, another sneaky one at the bottom. Well, here we go again. CryOc going to start moving across the map. The onus is on CryOc to make a move, because right now, Protoss can literally just recall over and over and over, and if Terran can't stabilize any bases, Sziky will win simply just because he has more money. And this time around, there's a lack of turrets. Also, he lifted his command center, so we don't even know how many scans he has available. Uh-oh. That's a huge recall. He's going to knock down 2 tanks. Not a lot of defense here, but CryOc's going to go for it. He's not turning around this time. He's attacking top left. Good counterattack by Sziky into the 3rd base, but a lot of mine setup and decent tank count. All the goons fall, but there's still a lot of zealots left over. Oh my god, there's so much Sziky! 3rd base. It is dead. It is super dead. And CryOc actually has turned around. CryOc's not mining anymore. This base is going to be dead. That command center is going to be dead. Main is breached. Did Sziky do it, Mazer?
Yeah, I think it is it. And the top left base of the Sziky has even an Arbiter there, so it won't go down.
I think this is it. Supplies are 85 for CryOc. What's that say? 187 for Sziky. Just a massive supply lead. Massive amount of bases. Well, maybe not anymore. CryOc's done a good job to eliminate 2 of them, but there's still 2 base mining for Sziky. There's no way CryOc can ever move out now. He's down to 1 command center. Okay, 2 command centers. That's it. He doesn't even have scan of it. What's he doing? He's lifting it off.
Look at the limit. It's almost 3 times bigger.
Yeah. Well, this is a heartbreaker for CryOc, because I thought that he had an unstoppable army, but the recalls were just over and over and over, drew him back, and it bought Sziky time to get all of his bases up and running. And remember, CryOc had that insane drop that shut down mining for like a minute or so, and still not enough.
I think that the CryOc's army, in a direct confrontation with Sziky's army, CryOc would win. Sziky probably knew about it, and that's why he decided to go for the backstabs, take time, buy time.
Yeah, it was perfectly executed from Sziky to not engage the army head on and just make it weird. And now it is weird because we've got double command center floating, not landed anywhere. There's arbiters out on the map. We have no way to scan because we don't have any comm sets anymore. I actually think both of the command centers are going to land right here.
and I think that there's no vessels available.
Yeah. I think there's just 1, but it's not here. And this is going to be GG. CryOc is going to die right here. Sziky with an insane comeback. Wow, nice. Well, where's Sakway's army? He's maxed out, but where's his army at?
In front of his first expansion, I believe. Here we have a group of units. Skill.
Is it bugged? I feel like it has to be bugged. Like, we're floating command centers back and forth. We have a command center going all the way to top right. We've got tanks not attacking at the natural. It has to be bugged, right?
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
Mining.
I can't imagine any Terran thinking to themselves, "I can win this game." You know. Okay. Yeah, we'll reload the replay in just a second and see what's going on, because this is weird. This looks like CryOc's mega dead, but the game's still being played.
I'm really curious. At what point did the game go broke?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, honestly. Well, that game's wild. I hope that
Surprises.
Yeah. I'm curious now, because we see that the command center actually got the top right. Maybe CryOc didn't lose his whole army. Maybe it's like actually like 2 bases versus 2 bases, because he looks mega dead. I mean, he has what, 10 tanks and that's it, something like that. He has like 8 SCVs. I have no idea. So we do have another screen that we can see in our Discord. And I'm looking at it from Zero's point of view. The game looks the same. It looks the same. So I don't know if the replay is broke or not. But I don't think CryOc can win when he's not mining. He has like 5 units total. Yeah, we've got an arbor going into his main. It recalled like 2
recalled
units.
4 units. Recall of 4, the biggest recall ever.
And now
we've got
CryOc's lifting
floating
off.
factories.
It can't be. It can't be. I feel like you have to reload it again, because there's no way. Like, oh, it's live? Oh, it's live. Okay. I didn't realize that it was live. I thought it was from replays. All right, well, the game...
Floating CCs, floating factories.
The game did end just now. Yes, the game did end just now, so we are going to reload the replay and actually see what happened. But yeah, something was funky. No mining for CryOc for like the past 3 minutes. Maxed out army that Sakway wasn't using. 4 goon recall. I just saw.
The most suspicious thing was the 4 goon recall.
Yeah, with a maxed army.
With a maxed army, right. I always thought that games could get broken only when you were looking at replays, not live games. But...
Well, I don't know how they get broken in general, because
that's another thing. 20-year-old game.
Yeah, like
still.
I'm a programmer. I don't know exactly how the code's written, obviously, but you're like saving the game state. Computers don't just change the state themselves, right? So I don't know how it could have gotten corrupted, but I mean, it does happen from time to time again. I think we are about to get into the replay in just a second. Probably jump to like the 25-minute mark or so. Can't remember exactly. So let's get into that. All right, so, okay. Looks like the recall did just happen. We are getting CryOc moving into position to defend that top side, or those few tanks. We do see CryOc actually still has a decent army, right? Like, he's lost all of his SCVs. Look at it. What's that say? 0 or something in SCVs? He has 0 SCVs. So subtract 55 supply from Sakway. It's 82 supply basically versus 130 or so. So Terran with good positioning, with good EMP, potentially could still win the fight. However, he needs to have everything together. And we do have Sakway getting all of his army set up, trying to knock down this 4th base. Absolutely no mining from CryOc. Tanks are setting up. Here comes the Arbiter. Is there any stasis? No, it dies.
It's status.
You did get those vessels in the back, and this may be the game-ending move. There's so many goons. A single D matrix, not enough. Oh, that's a lot of tanks at the bottom side. 6 tanks, actually. He's going to clean up a lot of these goons, but he's going to lose another command center. All he has left is that one command center floating to top right. Again, no SCVs. 0. That's it.
And 100 minerals. So only 2 SCVs will be made.
Yeah, meanwhile, Protoss on still 3 base mining. I see his natural still has a decent amount of minerals left over. Oh no, he's going to lose all of his vessels, and that's huge. He loses the vessels. That means he has no detection. Okay, he has one vessel.
One left.
That's it.
One left. But still, taking into consideration that there is no money, nothing.
Yeah, none. That's, oh my god. Kills all of the goons for just a single tank. But it still doesn't matter because it's 40 supply. Okay, here we go, Mazer. This is it. We're starting our comeback. 1 SCV.
Not mining. Still not mining.
Yeah, not mining.
If I would have 1 SCV, I would just handpick it and move it directly to the minerals in back.
Well, we've got another menacing army from Sziky. This time DT's mixed in. So Vessel is very important. He has no comsats. This is his only form of detection. Once the Vessel's gone, the game ends. Here we go. Zealot comes in. Almost gets a tank.
How damaged is the Vessel?
I know, it's so low.
50 damage. Oh, second one.
Oh, second one, okay.
Nice, nice.
They can double D-matrix themselves. Oh, EMP from downtown. It's a decent amount of the army. Oh my god, Arbiter's gonna... Okay.
Did he see that expansion? No.
I guess I thought he did. I mean, Terran saw the Arbiter, so you can see he's coming back to defend, but Arbiter's gonna go straight into the main. He knows he can't save this, so he's just gonna go for a counterattack.
Okay, four units?
Goons?
Recall? Oh, okay. Now we know it's not broken.
Yeah, that's a little more than 4 goons. Well, it does trigger a counterattack from CryOc. All of his buildings are lifted basically right now. Tank sieging top left. There's 4... Oh, okay. Zealots and Goon's gonna shut down this base. This is it. There's just no way that CryOc can win with such a tiny army. GG comes out, and that's it. Sziky, he's gonna turn it around and make that a victory for him. So that means CryOc is eliminated, unfortunately. He played well in that game, but the recalls just picked him apart.
Really nice game. Really nice game. Those recalls were really intense. I was surprised because at one point in the game I thought that, okay, this is a little bit of an overkill. Sometimes Protoss loses games because they focus, okay, only recall. They don't fight directly the ground army. And Terran then gathers everything and rolls over the Protoss army. And I was a little bit afraid that this will be a similar situation. But those recalls were really awesome and really worked.
Yeah, the recalls were really good. Good engagements from Sziky. So he moves on. And he'll be facing the winner of X versus Octoberzerg. And we are going to be going into a break, but when we come back, we're going to be going into, let me see, it is going to be Bonyth versus Madinho. So it's going to be another PVT. Very exciting matchup, so
nice
don't go
game.
anywhere, guys. Yeah, it's going to be nice. Guys, we just saw Sziky take down CryOc, and that means Sziky is going to be moving on in the losers bracket. Now we're going back into the winners bracket, and we've got Bonyth versus Madinho coming up. I see Madinho's picture with the horns. I remember he had the cam in one of the BSLs. He had the flash mask. Do you remember that? Over his head?
Yeah, I do. I think Madinho's picture is one of my favorites from all of the BSL. I think Sziky has a nice one, the masked vigilante.
Yeah.
But those are the two of my favorites, I believe.
Yeah, Madinho seems like a fun guy. And he's going to have his work cut out for him in these games. It's going to be Bonyth versus Madinho. Bonyth, one of the superstars of BSL. But in the past couple seasons, hasn't gotten the results that he wanted. You can see BSL seasons 8 through 11, so that's 4 championships for him. But 12, 13, and 14, second place, then 5th to 8th, then 9th to 12th. So he's really looking to improve on his past couple seasons, because he is definitely not happy about season 14 and 13.
Yeah, and we need to remember this will be a really huge challenge, I think, for Madinho. Bonyth, the funny story with Bonyth is that he plays each game very, very similarly, and still he manages to find a way to drop a river and then surprise his opponents with carriers. What is not a surprise, because everybody that knows Bonyth knows that eventually it will go to carriers.
Yeah, you know what he's going to do, and you still can't stop it.
Yeah.
A lot of people try different tactics versus it, but it ends up never working. So Madinho's going to have something special here, because the carriers are coming, and it's Longinus, so there's going to be a lot of gas, a lot of mineral income for Bonyth. Let's get into game 1 between these two players.
Let's go on. Let's the game begin. Okay, we've got Bonyth. Bonyth is the red Protoss in the top left corner of the map.
And in the bottom middle, our blue Terran, it is Madinho. Now, you already stated what Bonyth's going to do. It's going to be carriers. Usually, it's Reaver into carrier. So, let me ask you as a Protoss player, if you're going carriers, what do you not want to face? Like, are you worried about a timing? Are you worried about them taking a million bases?
That's the biggest challenge. I think that the million bases won't work. I feel like it's the case, but the timing push, correctly performed timing push, is something that might be problematic for Bonyth.
Yeah, well, I watch a lot of Terran VODs, and I watch a lot of the Korean pros play, and they also agree timings are the way to go versus Protoss going fast carriers. A lot of times they go 5-fact or potentially 7-fact, and we'll see if Madinho will go for that. Longinus has that mid-right base or bottom-right base that you can see. It has the double gas, so you can get baited into thinking, okay, well, if I can get this base, I get double gas, Terran super strong, but by then, Protoss may have critical mass carriers, so we'll see if Madinho opts for the timing, or will he try and play for the long game. Meanwhile, both players just playing normally, no forward gate, no gas skip from either player. It is just going to be 12 gas versus 12 gas.
I think the only variation that I saw on Bonyth's stream is if he's going for a 2-base or 3-base option before he starts his carriers. So that's nothing surprising that he didn't opt for some kind of 12 next or something like that. But I'm really curious, what will be Madinho's idea for the game? Because the burden will be on him.
Yeah, he's the one that's going to have to make the move, because Protoss, they're fine with just sitting there with Reaver and waiting for the carrier, so it's going to be up to Madinho. It's funny you mentioned the 2-base versus 3-base, because actually I've been noticing recently a lot of players go for the 3-base, and sometimes they go for 3 Stargates. Now, my opinion is that seems exceptionally greedy, but at the same time I still lose to it. So what can I say? But we do have Zealot pressure coming from Bonyth.
But the thing is that this, as you said, 3 Stargates is a lot of gas. So if you execute a proper timing push, the Protoss player won't have speed for Zealot, so you'll probably be facing only Dragoons. That's the risk. So that's why Bonyth is also so good at it, because usually he tends to make damage with his river. Okay.
And Zealot's like, okay, I'll walk in, and he's in the base. This is a good SimCity from Madinho. We've got the double depot and the barrack set up. Really good splitting of the Marines. Got the triangle defense right there. Still manages to snipe an SCV, but I would say one SCV for a Zealot and a probe, that's okay. It's still annoying though.
Better if you delay a little bit more the factory, then okay, I get it. It would be something really nice.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. No,
Yeah, and
Zealot wasn't able to even come close to the Marines. Really nice control.
Yep, really good control from Madinho. And it looks easy to do that, but actually
It's
is
not.
surprisingly
It's
hard
not.
to do. Yeah, it's not. We do have Command Center coming down, Nexus coming down, and 2 goons are coming. Oh my gosh, now he can't lose these Marines because we could see the Protoss, typical Protoss move, just run by the bunker. If he had both goons, I think he would have gone for it. And then it would have been 2 goons versus 1 Marine. There's no tank out yet.
Yeah. That's surprising.
Well, now,
Run!
Now the tank is out, and the goons are not going to feel confident to run by that. So, Madinho, the game is in a stable position right now. Okay, but he still does have to be careful because Bonyth is aware there's only 2 Marines in the bunker. Not really scared of that. He's going to have the tank versus goon dance. Did he overextend? I think he did. He's going to go. Got it.
That's a huge amount of damage.
That's a big pick-off right there. As a Terran, whenever that happens, a lot of times I just want to instantly exit and like, all right, let's just go to the next game. Next time I'll be more careful with my tank. And what I'm most worried about is Madinho's... Okay, there we go. There's the second factory. I was thinking like, okay, how's he going to pressure Bonyth now at all if he's going into... Or if he's only playing with 1 factory. But second factory coming down. Robo's done. Support base should be almost done or starting. No support page just yet.
So he'll go for a third, and then probably a lot of guns and carriers, and potentially late river.
Yep. Well, mines are already out. Remember, Madinho lost his SCV, so he's not sure if DTs could be coming. I don't think I've ever seen Bonyth go DTs, but this is still a careful
PvP,
move.
Same here. But I think that Mad lost his tank, and that caused a lot of decisions in terms. Okay, Madinho won't be able to push, and Bonyth can take the third expansion, especially that he took already made his second gateway at that point of time.
Right. Well, he saw that 2 vultures were built and sent out on the map, so there's really not that much defense right now for Madinho. So he's going to push, he's going to push with these 4 Dragoons. Siege mode is done. That goon it does fall.
Nice.
Now back in Bonyth's main, I think it is just 2 gates, no Stargate just yet. There's the support bay.
Yeah. So now a river, and then we'll see carriers.
Yeah, we already know that the carriers are coming.
Yeah, it's no surprise. The question is, what will Madinho do with that knowledge? Because he knows that also.
Yeah. So far, he really hasn't shown anything that makes me think it's going to be like a 5-fact timing. He's pretty gas-starved, actually. In fact, his natural gas is quite slow. At around 7 minutes, he started that refinery. So because of how late the gas is, I don't even know if he could go for a timing. Every factory costs 100 gas, and then Goliath costs gas too. So it kind of feels like already if we see Stargates, there's really nothing Madinho can do about it. Academy, still no armory. Oh, are you serious?
That's bad manner.
Yeah, that's That's annoying. That's one of those where you're actually really angry. I mean, it's like, it's only 70 minerals, right? But you're still pissed off. Because in what other map would this ever happen? We do have Cybernetic spinning. We do have Stargate coming in. And as I stated, the gas is just so low, I don't think Madinho can really ever do any timing. I think he's kind of obligated to camp. But the third base has no gas, which means he's kind of obligated to go into 4 bases. Right? You may get some free goons here. That's nice. 1 down.
And the vulture slipped. That's nice. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, goon interception and vultures. Okay, he does deny top middle, but there's a base at mid left for Bonyth to take. Vulture going to come in and get instantly killed. So, Bonyth? Oh no, you can't. No, he's going to lose probably all of the tanks. No, maybe none of the tanks. Really good control with the Zealot and Reaver. Knocks down 2 tanks for 2 Zealots.
And damages some, yeah. And we need to point out that there is shuttle speed already. So this is always a problem for the Terran player.
Well, third command center is building, and that means Bonyth should be feeling good that he's not getting hit with any type of pressure play. 6 gateways are done, or coming in, I think. Meanwhile, second Stargate coming in, Citadel already done, Fleet Beacon coming in, and Forge coming in. So everything looking pretty solid for Bonyth.
And Bonyth sees everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, for facts. That's nothing. That isn't something that he will be afraid of.
Yep, and in typical Bonyth fashion, here comes that Reaver. Ooh, the turret actually didn't get shot because the Vulture body blocked it. That was very well done. Still gets in though. Oh, hidden turret. I didn't even notice that was there.
Oh, same here. Nice.
Oh no, double. Okay, pops one of the Reavers. That's good. Can he get the tanks? Can he get the tanks? They're bugging out.
Oh, that's seriously, Bonyth.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as a Terran. It's like, what do I gotta do to kill this thing? It has 1 health. Now it's getting more kills, and it's gonna kill a turret, and it's gonna get out. You think it's gonna get out? I do.
No.
Okay, it's dead. But it gets another tank. It's gonna get them SCVs.
Those are Bonyth reverse. Really imba thing. My reverse don't work like that, you know?
Yeah, mine don't either. not even okay, well, Madinho's decided that that's too much damage. He's just gonna go for it.
Do or die, man. Do or die.
But he only has 4 factories. This guy has 8 gates with Citadel and Speed. Okay, 6 gates and Stargates. Okay, this attack's not gonna work. The Zealots could win versus this. Here we go. We're gonna have Dragoons head on versus the tanks. This is just gonna get brutally beaten up. Goodbye.
Okay, I'm a Protoss player. This is just ugly.
Yeah, this was one-sided. He doesn't even need the carriers.
No, but really good execution. Starting from the killing of the first tank to the expansions and then harassing. Everything worked out for Bonyth. Really nice play. Nice play.
Yeah, it was well done. And like I said, Madinho was in a rough spot with the low gas. You can't timing with the slow gas at your nat. Obligated to go to 3 base, and then Reaver does crippling amounts of damage. I don't know what I would have done in that situation. I probably would have just attacked anyways, also because the game's over.
But you know what? I should ask this at the beginning. What do you think about Longinus? Because my feeling is it's not a Terran favorite map. Okay, 2 gases in the for the 4th expansion, but really...
I like Longinus. I think if you can get the 4th base, you can build 1,000,000 tanks. But it's player dependent, right? Because if you let somebody like Bonyth get 8 carriers, well, it doesn't matter if you have 20 gas. He's gonna never lose his carriers. So I think versus someone like Bonyth, it's not a great map. But if you're playing somebody more like Boa or somebody more like Dewalt, who doesn't always go carriers all the time, then all of a sudden tanks just kill everything, right? But regardless, Bonyth 1, he didn't even get to carriers. So,
okay. Bonyth is up the first game, won the first game. Let's move to the second one.
Yeah, second one is going to be Madinho's pick. Remember, they veto 4 of them. I can see from the other screen that the map is going to be Overwatch. So this is a 2-player map. I have to say, out of all the maps, this would have been my first veto versus Bonyth. This is easily the best carrier map. But that must mean Madinho has something planned. Let's find out what it is.
Okay. Top left corner, blue Terran, Madinho.
And in the bottom right are red Protoss. It is Bonyth. Now, are you in agreement that this is a good carrier map? I mean, you're the Protoss player here.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, I would go probably here. 1 gate Zealot, gas steel, fast expansion.
Yeah, that's what I would do also.
Dirty. Everything, yeah.
Yeah, Terran can't do anything about it. The best you can do is, I guess, Marine Pressure, maybe Marine Medic, but if Protoss scouts it, you build a forge and a cannon, and it's over. So, I would do the same thing, and just simply based on last game, Madinho didn't really do a lot of pressure to Bonyth at all, other than the 2 vultures. I would just go straight carrier after it, so... I do have to say, though, if Madinho's picking this and I was Bonyth, I would be kind of thinking, okay, he must have planned something, right? Like, because this is really, it is such a good Protoss map for carriers that you have to have planned something if you're picking it.
What? It's only a timing push or something like Marine Medic push? It's like I lack of imagination probably, but still I can't think of anything that when you take into consideration the type, especially that on this map the main is also quite huge. So still it's vulnerable to reverb harassment. So taking into consideration Bonyth's playstyle, so each game reverb, it's also a really difficult map for the Terran player.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think of what Madinho could have planned. I'm trying to think back to his Bonyth's goon positioning last game. He left a lot of goons outside of Madinho's base, not a lot of defense in his main. So I'm thinking like, okay,
drop.
Well, maybe he goes drop and goes into like a 5-fact timing, like Terra likes to do. That could be an interesting play.
Okay. We've got 1 SCV on gas.
We have 1 on gas, factory coming down. Everything's very normal right now. That's a Zealot, I'm pretty sure, moving out. It's too slow to be a probe. Now, meanwhile, Bonyth not going to skip range. He's just going to play normal. Madinho ramping up his Marine production. SCV is not going to be in time to set up this bunker, so the best he can do is body block with these Marines. Here we go. This is a tough scenario. Oh no, the SCV didn't help at all. These are all dead probably, because this is a Bonyth Zealot. Oh, but this is Madinho Marines.
Really nice.
Still gets 1 of them. This is why you
the movement was really great.
Yeah, it was really good, but this is why you need a SimCity or a bunker, because it just doesn't matter. Really good control on the Marines in the back. Can he get another one? No. That's a goon. He's going to one-shot 2 of these Marines.
But I must say that looking at Madinho's micro or control of his Marines against the Zealots was really impressive.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, it was definitely really good, but what I'm looking at right now is Madinho's supply blocked, and there's no depot being built. So he is in big-time trouble. He sneaks out a Vulture, which draws the goons back. He needs to take the time to get a bunker down at his natural, and that's exactly what he's doing. But still, no depot for Madinho right now. Not at all. I think it just now started at the top left of his base, so this is painful. He's going to lose like 3 SCVs, and he can't build a tank at all either.
But the command central is being made. How? Oh my god. Okay, that doesn't matter. Okay, I didn't have any point to raise, and then command central is like ages. Yeah.
Well, SCV gets taken out. I think the Vulture died too. So in the end, this did.
It was intercepted. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Madinho gets nothing done. Massive supply block. Command center is okay timing compared to the Nexus, but this is Bonyth with already a sizable lead. Robo about to finish. Remember last game he went Observatory into third Nexus and then Support Bay. And again, last Observatory coming in.
I think that this game he will go with 2 with the expansion that he has already, not going for another one. Because the third expansion on this map is pretty far. Even though it's on a ramp from both sides, so it's a natural option to take it, but still, I think that he will go with the Robo River before the next expansion. Of course, saying that, he sends a probe to the next expansion. Bonyth, I don't like you. Really, I don't.
I also see he doesn't have his Nat Gas yet, so I think if he was going to go for the Stargate, he would need to get that ASAP. One thing I did notice with Madinho was he transferred too many SCVs to his Nat, so he's oversaturated there. Maybe not. Maybe it's more balanced than I thought, but yeah, okay. Only 10 in the main, so that's already... well, that's also going to hurt his already crippled build with the depot miss. Nexus coming down for Bonyth at the third base. Everything looks fantastic for him. Goodbye, SCV. Okay, I'm just trying to think, what can Madinho do now? Okay, he's going to an academy, so he wants to see what Bonyth is doing, and SCV again might get intercepted. 6 goons coming in will get pushed back by this bunker.
Look at the limit at this point of the game.
I know, it's 15 supply lead already.
Nothing have happened except for the supply block and initial zeal.
Yeah, I know. I feel like the game's already super over. Like
it's rigged against Madinho.
It is rigged. And Bonyth is doing a good job to optimize his resource. He's really focusing on the minerals. He's going to have a third gas and that gas come up pretty soon. Once the third base kicks in. So that's a good pushback, but still. There's no... Is he taking fourth base? There's no way. No, that's a goon. Okay. Well, Comsat coming in, so he's going to see exactly what's going on. Everything looks identical. 2 gates, support bay, 3 base. There's the third gas at the third for Bonyth, so he is going to go into high-tech units pretty soon.
Full scout for Bonnie, so he knows everything that's happening. And instant gas, so we'll see the +1 upgrade for air weapons, and probably 2 or 3 Stargates following up after.
Yep. So, shuttle is out. Reaver coming out in just a second. We've got that Zealot combo coming in.
+1.
Yep, +1 weapon for air. So Stargates will be coming in pretty soon. 91 supply for Bonyth, 67 for Madinho. Turrets are getting set up. So, I'm not going to find success into the main, I don't think. He's also got 4 Goliaths out, so this time around he does have anti-air defense on the ground. Still only 2 tanks, though. I mean, 2 factories. Oh, we missed the op. Oh, we found another one. But there's no turrets in the main, and the observer comes in, sees there's no turrets, and that triggers Madinho to move Goliath into position. Gonna catch this ob. That's great.
Pretty lucky for Madinho, I must say.
Yep, he's...
Go on. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say he's kind of closing the supply up. I mean, it's 100 to 80, which is more manageable. But the only reason it's this close is because Bonyth is spending all that money on the Stargates and Fleet Beacon right now.
If not for those Stargates, he would have probably, at this point of the game, 8, 9 gateways.
Yeah. And he would be able to max out pretty soon, like maybe 11:30 or so. Meanwhile, Shuttle was running around, didn't find an opening, so not able to get any damage done there. SCV again gets picked off. Another SCV may get picked off back at the bottom, and there's the Citadel. So just like last game, it's 6 gate, double Stargate.
Reaver. Okay.
Alright, well, Madinho. Oh, is he attacking? Remember, he was only on 2 factories, so how can he attack? Okay, maybe he's just setting up here to try and take a 3rd and 4th base at the same time.
Yeah, the command center for the 3rd base is almost done.
Yeah, but what this does is, like, look at the nat of Madinho. There's a bunker, and that's it. If Bonyth just avoided the army, he could kill the turret and then run into the main with the shuttle, and then Madinho would be in real trouble. Good scan there, because he's going to get 2 observers, almost. Got it, but he loses a Goliath in the process. 130 supply for Bonyth versus 100. 3rd base coming up for Madinho. Still just 3 bases for Bonyth, but it's a 40 supply lead.
And the carrier production probably started already.
Yeah, and Madinho's thinking about taking mid-left as his 4th base. That seems... Oh no, he's just got SCV scouting. So he's at least aware Bonyth has not taken a 4th base.
Oh, again, really low saturation in the main.
Yeah. He's continuing to push with this. Oh, he's going to catch them. He's going to get him. Nice.
Oh, really nice.
Okay. But it's still a 50 supply lead. And this army is so isolated. Like, there's not really any support. Bonyth, look, he sees it. He should just go kill it. I think he will go kill it. Like, he realizes, like, okay, this is a bit extreme, Madinho, don't you think? Here he comes, Zealot Bomb first. And now here comes the Goons and Zealots. Goodbye, tanks. Massacre. 60 supply lead with carriers being built behind it. Just another day.
Here it appears that there was a vulture run by, and okay.
Yeah, he did bracket
That's
them.
not tight.
Yeah, that is not tight. So these vultures do get in and deal damage, but 3rd base, it is dead. There's no answer to the ground, and he's still got a balance building Goliath for Stargates. Still a good bank for Bonyth too. He's got 1k minerals, almost 1k gas. That's a dead... No, well, maybe the command center will survive, but regardless, really no threat to Bonyth for a counterattack. It's just 5 factories.
But Madinho is taking a sneaky base in the middle left side of the map.
Yeah, he's going to try and hide that base, get that up and running. Maybe he can come back with extra eco there. But 2 carriers are already out. Oh, wow, that command center does die. Oh. But four carriers should be close to finishing now, actually. I think the replay may be broken. Simply... Okay, or that.
Or that.
Alright, well, GG comes out, and that means Bonyth is going to take the series 2-0, and Madinho just didn't have the answer to any of the moves Bonyth had, and he easily moves on into the next round of the winner's bracket.
Really solid execution by Bonyth. He knew from end to the beginning what he should do. There was nothing that Madinho could surprise him with. So
yeah, it just felt like the Zealot pressure both games did a lot of damage. First game losing the Marine, and then this game getting supply blocked is what killed Madinho.
Yeah, that's a lot of players, especially those that are not middle ranked, I would say, don't think about, okay, I didn't make a supply, but basically it means that you don't later on, 10 minutes later, it will kick you in the bottom. With you don't have the limit, you don't have the saturation, you have late upgrades, you have late everything. This was this case.
Yeah, it's huge, and it allowed Bonyth to just skyrocket in the middle game, or in the mid game, I mean. But this does set us up for a Madinho versus SPX losers match. That's going to be a TVT. So we'll be going into that in just a second. As I stated before, I remember CryOc versus Madinho on Whiteout. That was an epic 50-minute or an hour-long game. But SPX, I know from experience playing him on the ladder, this guy loves to attack. Whether it's Marines and Vultures, or Vultures and tanks, he's always in your face. And a lot of people think of long, epic, drawn-out TVT games, but this could be over real quickly if SPX can find a successful opening in the early stages of the game. So we do see the bracket we have, or we did see the bracket. We have 3 out of our 4. We have 3 out of our 4 semifinalists in the winner's bracket. KenZy at the top. We're just waiting for our final winner's bracket group, which is Dewalt versus LancerX. That's going to be next after Madinho and SPX. You can see Sziky versus Bonyth already in the semifinals. That's going to be an epic matchup. In fact, a lot of people would be looking to... Yeah, people would be looking for that as the grand finals. That would be amazing. So to have that in the semifinals, we could get Sziky versus Bonyth here. One of them goes down in the losers match, and if the other person goes the distance in the winner's bracket, we could have them twice face off potentially.
Yeah, basically looking at the bracket, you see Dewalt, who's very, very, very active, streaming each day. Sziky, who's a monster. Bonyth, who's a monster. Those are like the. I would like to see a tournament where they would play best of 20 between each other.
Yeah. I think I remember somebody saying.
It was that game that they played on Fighting Spirit. There was some kind of tournament between best of, I don't know, 20, 30 or whatever between Bonyth and Dewalt. Even though I don't like PvP, games were great.
Yeah, I think I remember somebody saying Sziky and Dewalt played like 30 games or something in that, and then eventually they were just like, okay, enough. This is enough. And I think Dewalt ended up moving on. But yeah, I agree. That would be epic to see either matchup best of 20 or 21 or something. Our map is decided. It is going to be Sylphid. Let's get into our losers match. It's SPX versus Madinho.
SPX, Madinho. The blue Terran SPX on the 12 o'clock.
Yep, and in the bottom right position, our red Terran, it is Madinho. Now, as I've...
So, sorry, I need to start. This is your word, TVT.
Yeah.
Tell us something about this map. What do you like here? What do you think will happen? And basically, who do you favor? Maybe?
Well,
let's take bets.
Okay, well, I think I like SPX. The reason I say that is SPX does do a lot of timings that you don't face on the ladder. Like, he'll build 3 or 4 Marines and then just rally Vultures non-stop. And if you think it's just going to be 1 Marine, 1 Vulture, and you put on an add-on, for example, or you just build 2 Vultures, you're going to die. You're just outright going to die from the get-go. Also, I've been playing ladder recently, and I don't know what Terran has started this, but a lot of players are building 5, 6, 7 Marines, 1 base, tank, Wraith on 1 base, and just killing you outright with that. That seems like a build up SPX's alley.
I remember a build like that in one of those Rage Artosis YouTube clips when someone killed like that Artosis. It was really funny, so maybe that was the beginning of it.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. They saw Artosis lose to, they're like, wow, this is the if you're beating Artosis with this build, it must be the best ever, right? So they're just trying.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I
Exactly.
think. That's my benchmark. If it beats Artosis, it gets the check mark from me. But
It's playable.
Yeah. But we don't see that that this time around from SPX. He has pulled off of gas. So has Madinho. But SPX has pushed the SCV out already. And as I was saying, I think versus SPX, you really got to find out how many Marines this guy is building. We see that for now, he has not produced any more, so maybe he won't be aggressive. I like how Madinho is actually already built 2. I think versus somebody like SPX, you got to at least build 2. 2 fact.
2 fact. And the same thing from... Oh, no. Okay, this is barracks. I thought that the barracks was another factory. Okay.
Well, the SCV is sitting right outside of the base for SPX, so he knows that, okay, man, you're not expanding what's going on. He also, I think, saw SCV's mining gas in the main, so okay, we've actually got the Artosis build. It's 2 fact, 1 base, vultures with Goliath follow-up, and this is very strong versus players that get delayed add-ons. If SPX does not get a tank, does not get a second factory and armory himself, he's dead. He should know something's up. The command center's too late. Think about your command center, like what could possibly be taking so long? Mine's almost done. So what SPX needs to do, there you go, get the add-on. He needs a bunker too.
Yeah, that I wanted to ask the question. Won't a bunker be enough for to defend?
Well, Goliaths have a lot of DPS actually. If you can, I guess, full surround the bunker and build more Marines, like 4, then yeah, the bunker could hold. But a lot of Terran players skimp out on Marines because they don't want to build a bunker. They want to scout with the racks. But this is nicely done from SPX, getting up the bunker already. Going into the second factory, still needs to get siege mode. Well, maybe he doesn't need siege mode since he's keeping everything back.
But at this point, when SPX... Oh, what a catch! Oh, that was brilliant.
Yeah, that's huge. Okay, he's going to knock down some SCVs. He needs to get kills like this. As I stated, there's only 2 Marines in the bunker, so he doesn't care. He just mows down almost every single SCV. That's an amazing trade.
But I wanted to ask a question before he attacked. My question was, okay, SPX didn't see an expansion from Madinho. Wouldn't, for example, Rights be a playable option?
Yeah, Race definitely could be an option. So, actually, I was going to say that SPX got lucky that this ends up being Goliath, because it could have been 1 fact, 1 starport with the Marines, like I was talking about, and then he has no answer to the Race. Just now starting the armory. But actually, SPX, despite losing all of those SCVs, he's up in SCVs. His command center's done, so he's mining more optimally. And, you know, actually, Goliaths are not a unit that you really want as Terran. You want tanks. So, I like SPX spot.
Okay, yeah, really nice.
Madinho, he's still sitting at 23 SCVs. I don't know if he's trying to use the money to go into like a 3rd factory or put down extra buildings or what he's looking to do with that, but he's had an extreme cut. Here we go. We've gotten an attempted attack at the bunker again. He knows where all the tanks are. Oh, he jumps on him at the front. There's nothing in the bunker. That's why he attacks. Ah. Look at that control.
Nice decision. Nice decision, nice. But basically, really, Madinho made a really nice decision. He saw that the Marines are out, but SPX and his movement, really nice.
Yeah, that was really good control there to save all 4 of those tanks. The 3 Marines actually killed the barracks, so Madinho is in a really tough spot now. He's going to have to rebuild the barracks while on a lower SCV count with a later command center. I think SPX is just going to start running away with this game. He's got a better comp. He's got 4 tanks already. Madinho may try and expand, but that's so greedy. Oh no, he's going to try and set up a contain. There you go. but he has no vision. That's the issue. He lost his vision with the barracks.
But he's sending us to STV, so probably emergency bay.
Yeah, he might be doing
no,
that. Okay, instead he's just gonna repair those Goliaths up. But he has to be careful because there's 2 tanks. SPX has 5 at least, and he has the vision advantage.
But nice move, nice. Madinho is moving back.
Yep, good game sense to turn around for now. But SPX is feeling confident to potentially take this 3rd base. Still just two factories for both players. We don't see either player getting +1 weapon. Oh, goodbye SCV.
Another expansion. This will make SPX in an even better position.
Yeah, SPX is in a good spot, but at the same time, Madinho's the one that has better map presence right now. If he can control the center, take his 3rd base, and take mid-right, it's going to be hard for SPX to actually get out, so SPX does need to be careful to not get contained by a million tanks. Alright, well, we do see both players putting down the 3rd CC, slightly faster for SPX. I don't see any additional factories for him. Barracks is floating into position for Madinho.
Okay, we've got another expansion from Madinho.
4th factory should be coming up pretty soon for Madinho.
Yeah, the surprising thing is that SPX, just started to add the factory.
Yeah, he's just now getting an academy also, so if there were mines out on the map, he may be worried about that. We know there aren't any, but he is being cautious to not, run into some mines and detonate and get a huge loss. Madinho's got a lot of resources, so, and look, like I said, he's cut off the mid-right base, so he can take that easily. Starport coming in for Madinho too. I saw Starport's done for SPX right now, so his +2 timing should be slightly faster if he started the science facility. I don't see it though. Oh, eBay, okay. So we're just getting into one of those games where it's just going to be long and drawn out. Sylphid is one of those maps that you can split pretty easily. It may come down to this mid-right base because both players desperately want this, and SPX is into position to try and pick off one of these tanks, but first shot gets off for Madinho. He's going to lose both. Oh, he didn't lose both.
Yeah, I thought that he will lose both as well.
So even though SPX can't deny mid-right from being taken, he can deny the gas, which is equally as good. Like, as long as Terran can't take gas, that's a big win for you. So that's a nice tank positioning right there.
Yeah, but basically taking into consideration that the map is split, Madinho can take the gas expansion on the bottom left-ish.
Yep. Yeah, SPX is going to have to take top left, and then maybe mineral only. Madinho still has better map control. It's that's obviously clear, and he's also got equal factory count, surprisingly. So right now, I would say it's slightly in Madinho's favor, even though supply is in favor of SPX. Almost all of it is just in workers right now.
Yeah, but look, both players have free expansion, free working expansion. Oh,
there we
nice. Nice move. I wanted to ask, okay, both players have free expansion and only 4 factories. Isn't that...
That's low.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's this weird thing with Terran. Factories cost gas, and every tank costs gas, right? So if you are gas... if you're in this, you have this moment where it's like, okay, I could build an additional factory or I could build a tank. It always feels bad to build a factory and miss out on a tank, because if you get busted, Imagine if you had that one additional tank, or 2 additional tanks if you put down 2 factories. So it's always an awkward position trying to balance your factory and tank count in the early stages of TVT. But this was a fantastic move from SPX. So this 4th base is going to be taken by him. He's got a huge amount of tanks on the high ground. Now Madinho has to be careful about drops into his main. SPX has 2 dropships, I think. There's no turrets set up either. And Madinho is trying to consolidate defense on the left side. I mean, he is so spread out that a doom drop of like 4 dropships or something could potentially just outright end the game.
Yeah, and, you know, when I look at TVT, I always think that it looks like World War One fights, battles. You've got a line that you're defending, and look at the minimap. There are like several lines that both players. Oh, nice. Madinho is prepared for. Oh my god!
All of the defense. It's gonna be 4 tanks. This should still be an easy cleanup. Yeah, good defense from Madinho. Whenever you go for a drop, you've got to have more support than this. It can't just be 4 tanks. It'll be easily cleaned up. Oh, he's trying. Oh, nice hot pickup. What? How did he kill that and didn't take damage?
Nice.
Is it a boxer? Look at that. Okay, we get an SPX. You're boxer right now, but
it was pretty, but I don't think it was a good option. He lost 2 tanks and didn't do nothing, but it was still a really nice move.
Yeah, it was a pretty cute move, but in the end doesn't get much damage done. Nice defense from Madinho. It's still only 4 factories. Am I seeing that right? Still only 4 facts for SPX. He's about to have 4 gases. Yeah. 4 dropships though. Starting to approach the number that I think is really scary. Oh, that's true. He does not have a barracks. Oh, he does. Wait. No. Okay, those
4
are double
armories?
Yeah, he has 4 armories, so he must be transitioning into air already. But I don't see starports anywhere. Okay, we've got a bust from Madinho. He's decided that he's had enough of this. He's going to try and set up on the low ground, bust this 3rd base. I don't think he's within range of the command center. Dropships moving into position. There's so many tanks here from Madinho, though. You can't unload. This is all going to get blown up. Goodbye. So many tanks from Madinho right here. Actually went better than I thought for SPX.
Yeah, he should move together with the drop. The ground army should move closer, right?
Yeah, it was yeah, it should have moved closer together. We see that actually SPX has 1/1 upgrades, but not +2, whereas Madinho does have the critical +2 weapon. SPX is going to take the high ground base here also, though. So this is going to be potentially 5 gas mining for SPX, whereas it's still just 3 gas mining, soon to be 4 gas mining for Madinho. Starport, that's got to be a starport, right? We saw quadruple armory. Oh, it's command center.
I don't see another starport and 4 armories.
Yeah, he's got 4
SPX,
armories.
man. Okay. I see. We see the barracks. So, SPX, man. What are you doing?
Yeah,
Please don't tell us that this is another broken replay.
I don't think
not.
it is. I think that the tank spread out is good. Madinho's on 6 factories. The game's so late, though, it's hard to really bust anywhere. But yeah, the factory count is really low. I'm trying to think, like, okay, well, where can he build starports actually? Kind of similar to Vermeer. If you look at SPX's base, there's not a lot of surface area to actually build.
Next to the mineral only. I would put it next to the mineral only.
Yeah, mineral only is a good spot. Unlikely to get scanned there. We have a drop from Madinho, actually. He's going around. What? How is that in range? Okay, there we go. It's going to get cleaned up. So both players just using drops as their way to get mobility out on the map. Nice shutdown from SPX. he has a lot of open supply, so he could go into BCs once he gets those starports up. 2-1 is done for Madinho. Meanwhile, oh no, for SPX. Oh, and Madinho. Okay.
Okay, we've got.
I did see, yeah, double starport for Madinho. He's going into Wraith as a switch. We do have, okay, now this is where it gets scary. He's going to be able to potentially elevator nonstop with his dropships, but SCVs, they are pretty darn strong. Take out 5 tanks by themselves almost. Only 3 dropships for SPX.
In factories. What?
What I was thinking. He's going into factories now, but he doesn't have any map control. That's the main issue for me, is there's not much map control. So to me, this signals that he must be going like double starport, mass drops, 8 fact, but I still only see 1 starport for him. So it's still going to be a long time before he builds up an insane amount of dropships.
But he dedicated his spent gas on those armories and on the upgrades, because we saw that air weapon upgrades is being made.
Yeah.
That's a surprising thing.
Yeah, he's got 1-1 on them in just a second. So this was surprising that that's what he's going to go for. And it's a lot of factories too. It's up to 9 now. That's no joke in Terran versus Terran. Now, it is Sylphid. You can see there's a big opening on the left side. Those are mines. Those are not turrets at top left. So he can take that angle and drop. But Madinho's securing the mid-left side of the map. And there are wraiths and turrets there.
Huh. I'm really surprised with how this game is unfolding. I thought that for a moment there, I thought that all SCVs will be lost.
I thought they were going to die also. I think Madinho's got this game. I feel like SPX has given up too much of the map. I mean, he's got a lot of tanks, right? But they're spread out everywhere. They're not able to bust anywhere. And Madinho has these cloaked wraiths patrolling everywhere. I would really just like to see Madinho build turrets literally anywhere on the map.
Mm-hmm.
And if drops get intercepted, I mean, they have to instantly unload, or else they risk just dying to the race and or turrets behind it potentially. Here we go. We've got 5 drops from SPX, so it is going to be dropship man like I anticipated. But even 5 drops is not a real... I mean, it is a lot to drop, but not like some catastrophic doom drop.
Yeah, especially that both players are maxed out.
Yeah.
So we should see something happening relatively soon.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to make a move soon. I like these SCVs in the middle of the map if they start spamming turrets everywhere. It could just be for repair. But yeah, like you said, everybody's maxed out. So, okay. He's just going to drop on this. But there's so many tanks here. There's so many tanks here. He's just going to... okay, this is not going to work at all. Well,
but
did it? He doesn't have any anti-air.
Oh my god.
I mean, he gets in range of the 3rd base, but he loses all of his dropships. He has no anti-air, so these tanks are going to die.
Yeah. So I would say that this is a failed attempt to break the line.
Yeah, and Madinho's just going to reposition. So this, again, I mean, if we just get rid of Madinho's vision, SPX, he has 5 bases, but Madinho has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gas in comparison to SPX right now. Still quadruple upgrades for SPX. He needs to transfer these SCVs. You know what I've noticed the whole time is that mid-right base for SPX? Not mining the minerals. Just mining the gas.
Yeah, and basically...
Yeah, not mining top left either.
Yeah. And 2 bases or 3 bases are mined out in terms of minerals, right?
Yeah.
Basically, he's mining only... Oh, okay. Okay. Now we're talking.
Yeah, but where's he gonna get the money to support that? He's not mining at mid right. He's not mining at top left. In fact, his nat isn't running anymore. His main's not running anymore.
Yeah. Basically, mineral only is only mining.
Yeah, that's literally it. He's going into BC. Okay, BC's and Wraith mix probably.
I saw even one Valkyria.
And Valkyria, okay. SCV transfer. Oh my god, it makes it. Some of them.
Okay, he released some limits. Let's say that it was on purpose.
But still, this is just a lot of lost income that SPX could have had if he had been mining the whole. Oh my god, he's setting up another big attack. He's just going to try and bust through. There's so many tanks, though. So many tanks, and there's a lot of Goliaths behind it, too, to help reinforce. Not going to be able to bust through, but it does free up the supply for a BC switch. But we see Madinho's putting down starports himself at mid-left.
The question now is if he's upgrading them. Because we need to remember that SPX has those 4 armories for quite some time now.
Yeah, that's true. But remember also, Madinho has 3 upgrades on his ground. So that's a lot of power on the ground for him.
You saw the Valkyrie 2-2 already.
Yeah.
It's the first air attacking unit and already 2-2 upgrades.
Yeah, SPX was on top of the upgrades for sure. We've got 4 dropships loaded up in case SPX tries and makes a move somewhere. Now, Race have kind of found an opening here. Oh, and he is going to move into position with these tanks. Ooh, SPX gotta be careful. You're gonna lose so many tanks. 1 gone.
Look at the bank of Madinho.
Yeah, it's huge.
Oh my god.
It's like 10 starports, all with add-ons. Massive eco for Madinho, whereas SPX, he's struggling. He's got a lot of starports, but he still somehow doesn't have a lot of gas. He's stuck at just 400 right now, even though he's on 5 gas mining.
Yeah, there was a point in the game when SPX had 5 bases, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 even with the main. But and Madinho had only 4.
Yeah.
But now,
Yeah, now it's just a massive advantage for Madinho, and he's now transferring some SCVs to the left side himself. Actually, he may use them to bust. SCVs soak up a lot of hits. Oh, he's gonna go to top left? Okay, maybe he's just freeing up supply, but
yeah, that looks like that.
yeah, that's a fine choice, but at the same time, he didn't have that many SCVs to begin with. Now he's down to 43. This is kind of dangerous, but at the same time, he's got a decent bank. He knows that SPX has to get another base, otherwise he's going to lose. So he wants to make sure he never loses the BC fight, so I can understand this. I would like to see him get rid of those vultures. Those don't help him at all.
2-2 BCs.
BCs. And they do have a decent amount of energy. They're going to have 3-3 pretty soon also. So Yamato could be a game changer if he can, again, find an opening somewhere. That's a lot of tanks, but unfortunately, tanks don't hit up. So, SPX...
that would be OP.
That would be OP. Imagine splashing into the air with tanks. Well, we've got a pretty big drop into the main, but there's actually not a lot of anti-air. So if the BCs come back, they should...
Now the armories.
Oh, that's
Will
perfect.
He heal the armories?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's a great move.
He's going to get weapon upgrade.
And armor
Maybe.
probably.
Yep, he's focusing it down. He doesn't even care about the BCs. He knows that he's going to lose these anyway, so he focuses it down. But look at this. It opened up an attack path to mid-left. SPX has a big bank. 5k, 1.6k. It's ballooned up. Are the BCs out? Oh, they are.
Oh.
So never mind. Goodbye.
Okay, didn't happen.
Yep, and then look, quickly Madinho reinforces that position, so that's not going to happen again. So the one potential attack there from SPX gets shut down, but at the same time, that's a lot of BCs for SPX. He's still got a big bank, and remember, Madinho just stacked all those SCVs, so he doesn't have a big bank anymore. Oh, those Goliaths are so strong, though. So strong, dealing so much damage. BC fight in the middle of the map.
Oh,
Madinho
Yamato
should win it. Oh, Yamato takes down one instantly.
But
Madinho's not really mining very much. He has almost no mineral income. Oh, okay, it's too many BCs here. SPX, this was an overstep. He's gonna lose them all. That is painful. He loses all of them and doesn't even get a single BC. That was one shot away from being taken down.
Oh.
Wow, so many BCs
BC versus
coming out.
BC. That's the kind of fight I'm looking forward to.
Well, we're gonna have some more BCs soon. Both players building up like 8 at a time. So far, there's 7 left over for Madinho. Needs to repair that really hurt one, and he's got like 8 more coming, and he's doing just that. But again, he doesn't have much of a bank. But SPX, he's got a pretty big bank, kind of lacking on the gas right now.
Yeah, but still, it's in the moment there will be 2 mining bases for SPX and 1, 2, 3, 4 for Madinho. That's a huge thing.
Yeah, but Madinho's out of position in the center of the map now, and this makes his main vulnerable. If SPX attacks with his BCs first and then combos with his tanks behind it, he could still win this game. He needs to go for some Goliath reinforcements right now. Maybe not. That's so many BCs.
Oh my god. And
3-2 upgrades.
And 2-2 here. Yeah, that drop to target those armories that almost finished the 3-3 upgrades for their units is a huge deal.
And I think this is, what, 8 BCs versus 13 right now? No Goliath support either, so it's just a pure BC versus BC air battle. And that means that Madinho will win this 100% of the time. Goliath also in favor of him. However, a big counterattack going to mid-left. He has drawn all the BCs out of position. There we go. More Goliaths being built, but oh no, he can't attack right now. He can't do it. He's gonna get all of his army locked or cornered at mid-left. BCs are swooping in. Oh my god, he's gonna lose all of his tanks.
He needs to move back with the tanks and go with the vultures. Oh, and what he's doing. Exactly the thing that he's doing.
Yeah, he still loses a few there, but at least he doesn't lose all of them. Vultures get in, don't really do much damage. Still a huge bank, though, for SPX. 7k, 1k. He's maxed out? No, he's not. Okay, here we go. This is gonna be the big battle in the center of the map. Both players sieging up. Oh no, SPX late on the siege, but the BCs are out of position for Madinho. He's trying to just take down this base.
Now with the support of the Goliaths, that might be a different story. But there are only several Goliaths there.
Yeah, I think Madinho just wants to fight this BC count head on. He's got more than enough. It's 13 versus 8 right now. Oh, the BC turned around for just a second. SPX running for his life. He knows he has to run. There's no way he can fight this. Remember, both players have had these BCs for a long time, so Yamatos can go off from both sides. Goliath support now from SPX. This is the fight he's looking for. He's going to be able to push some of the BCs back. He gets off some Yamatos, but the Goliaths are ramping up a lot of damage. Big engagement. How many are left over? Maybe 4 for SPX, 11 left over from Madinho, so an overwhelming amount. But look at the Star Step micro. Goliath can kite for days if they can continue to do this. It's too many tanks. Oh, look at the supply. I just realized 100 supply now for SPX. Oh, this is it. Nope, he's not confident. Of course, we know that it's a massive lead for Madinho right now. He's not aware of it right now. But SPX is basically not mining anymore. Top left got killed.
Yeah, basically the middle right base is the only mining base there.
Yep, that's it. That's the only base left over for SPX, but Madinho has still 4 bases up and running, soon 5.
You know, when I saw those two forces of PCs fighting together, or rather chasing each other, I thought about this looked like a turtle war. You know,
Yeah.
those BCs are moving so slow.
Yeah, exactly. They are. Are they the slowest unit? I don't know, but they're pretty damn slow. However, this was a good engagement for SPX. It's going to kill so many BCs. But the problem is it just doesn't matter when you're down 80 supply. Still not enough.
Exactly.
And this is going to be Madinho taking the
GG.
game.
Always GG. I must say, a really nice game. Both players pushed it in either direction. At one point, SPX had a big advantage, a really huge. But like you said, the map presence was a huge difference. Madinho's map presence did the job, and he was able to secure additional bases. That was really surprising to me because, like I said, at one point there, I really thought that SPX had it in the sack.
Yeah, I also thought SPX had it as soon as he got mid-right. That was a very important base, but not able to overwhelm the map control, the map presence, like you said. And that means, unfortunately, SPX is eliminated, and Madinho, he's going to be moving on. But we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll be back with our final series of, or final winners bracket of the day. It's going to be Dewalt versus LancerX, and that's going to be a PvP. We know that LancerX is a strong player, but Dewalt even stronger, so it's going to be really tough for LancerX. We'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll get into that matchup.
lost, there's always a hope. Rise and fight.
We are back, guys, and we're about to get into our final best of three. It's going to be Dewalt versus LancerX. This time, our first PvP of the day. I gotta say, I've seen a lot of PvPs between Dewalt and other Protoss players. It feels like his most vulnerable matchup, but he's still super deadly. It's going to be really hard for LancerX.
Exactly. Basically, I think that Lancer was a little bit inactive in the past year, whereas Dewalt is streaming, playing, casting, doing everything like each day. I would really say that he's the favorite here, but I'm really looking forward to their games.
Yeah, the games should be good. I've seen a lot of Protoss players put up a good fight versus Dewalt, but in the end, almost every single time, unless it's Bonyth, he ends up prevailing. But it is PvP, you know, there could be a pesky DT.
Everything can happen.
Sneaks into your base, could be DT drop. Somebody could get away with like a Nexus somehow, and maybe that gives LancerX a big lead, or maybe LancerX all-ins into a Nexus and barely gets through.
If I would have to bet, I would say that Lancer will all-in a little bit.
Oh yeah, I see the all-in type of player in PvP.
Yeah, Lancer is the type of a PvP player, at least he was when I was playing, that quite frequently used brute force, how to say it. He quite oftenly was really pressuring, powering up, so he was this kind of player that if you made a mistake, especially at the beginning, he will use that. So yeah, taking into consideration the current level of Dewalt, that might be a challenge for LancerX. Still, I'm looking forward to the games.
I too am looking forward to the games. As I've stated, you know, for several seasons, Dewalt's always been my pick to win. And you can see lately he's gotten very close, second place the past 2 seasons. Still, the championship has avoided him though. Our first map is ready. It's time to get into game 1, Dewalt versus LancerX.
Okay, we've got LancerX, bottom right side of the map, blue Protoss.
Yep, and in the bottom left are red Protoss. It is Dewalt. So,
Yeah.
I know that there's been a lot of changes in PvT in the past few months. You know, Zealot expand, no range, straight robo. Has there been any changes in PvP?
I would say not too much, but the current meta was rather perfected, I would say. Like for example, when I'm watching Dewalt or Bonyth stream, you know, targeting, counting how many hits a dragon gets. So when you have a early stage dragon versus dragon fight, you target one dragon to hit the damaged dragons, and then other dragons hit another one. You know, like math comes into play. Not only just a move. Like a lot of players think that Protoss is all about a move, but you know, very smart play, counting for example, in Bonyth's game recently, I observed that he's quite frequently going for 2-gate just to target, just to kill as many probes at the beginning as he can, and then follow up with a 2-gate gun push. I saw at least several games where Dewalt did the same. I'm really interested in what kind of strategy both players will try. As for now, we can see that both players are playing pretty standard, so and we have a cross map scout by Dewalt. Separate from that, both players are playing pretty standard, so Cybercore, 1-gate Cybercore, nothing no shenanigans, nothing questionable, nothing cheesy, so we'll move to the later stage of the game to see what will they think about.
Yeah, we do see one difference so far is Dewalt built a Zealot, and meanwhile LancerX did not build an additional Zealot at all, and Dewalt cut a tiny bit, but neither player able to get any intel. We may see Dewalt be the one to go for something like a Citadel here if he wants to get frisky. There's range for LancerX, so Probe should get into the main, and Dewalt should be able to see what's going on. Let's see if Dewalt got that Zealot into the perfect position, or can that probe get in? The answer is no, you are not getting in, sir.
So, I think that Dewalt went for the Zealot first because LancerX has a wider spread of possible build orders, openings. He's more. Oh, okay. And this probe will be able to run back to his main.
Yes.
Whereas LancerX will lose. Nice.
Yeah, so if LancerX has more builds, you want to be careful versus all of them. So
Exactly.
I agree. Getting the Zealot out is safe. Both players lose their probe, though.
Yeah, but at this point, Lancer didn't scout what's happening in the world's main, so he must think about DTs, any kind of 2-gate, 3-gate openings. Everything is in play. Especially that Lancer from time to time, Dewalt from time to time is opening with DTs.
Is he playing DTs? Did I miss the
Yeah.
Sziky? Okay.
No. I mean in general, not in this game.
Okay.
This game we've got a robo from both sides.
Yeah, robo from both sides. Slightly faster for Dewalt. We have faster second gate for LancerX, though. Goon count is similar, but Dewalt's the one with the sneaky positioning of his units. If LancerX, mindlessly or overconfidently moves up into that position, he could get caught off guard. But actually, Dewalt's gonna maybe move in with this. It's a single Zealot advantage, but sometimes it's... Oh my gosh, Lancer goes to the low ground, and this could be devastating. 3 goons, 1 Zealot. Good micro from LancerX, though, and that means that Dewalt's actually gonna have to run away and doesn't really get anything done there.
Yeah, and the second gateway of Dewalt is later is really late, especially when we compare the 2-gate opening from LancerX.
Yeah, it is definitely way later, so it's going to be a goon advantage just slightly for Dewalt, or for LancerX, but robo or tech timing is slightly in favor of Dewalt. Not, absurdly faster, but, maybe 10 seconds or so. Shuttle already out.
I really like the poking with the 1 goon, just checking what's happening.
Yeah, also you want to see if he has range.
Exactly.
We know that he had range when that Zealot goon attack came in. That could have been the purpose, like poke in. If this guy has range, okay, I know he's not going DT, so that's why he can get away with straight Reaver here. And it is okay. He's gonna move out. It only shows 5 goons. He's got a couple more behind it.
Nice. Okay, we've got 5 goons in the Zealot.
Good control from LancerX to not fall into that trap. But look how far forward his units are. Reaver should be done for Dewalt in just a second if it's not already done. Okay, it is already done. Well, we're going to have a big engagement at the center of the map. Unit comps are very similar. Reaver is out of position for LancerX. He's going to take the engagement initially. Good Reaver shot from Dewalt. Oh, that's a better Reaver shot from Lancer, though, but he's so close to losing his shuttle. Or Reaver, I mean.
Whoa.
Wow.
Good engagement. For Lancer, I would say.
Yeah, that was a fantastic engagement. That was a huge scarab hit. He's got a 5 supply lead. A lot of it's actually in the goon count. So he's got an army lead, equal Reaver count. And I would say it's a bit more damage, so he does have to be very careful. But overall, that was fantastic play from LancerX. And Dewalt's going for a counter drop. Or is that a knob? It's okay, it's a knob.
It's knob. Okay.
Well, this could get dangerous because that's 400 minerals that don't help you. That Nexus is quite expensive. So Dewalt is going to have a faster Nexus, but LancerX has better army right now.
Now it's all about the River Micro. So the goon count comes second in terms of the engagement that is probably will take place soon. Okay.
Well, it's going to come down to micro, like you said. You might need a battery here, but it might be too late. Shuttle. Ooh, it's going to fly into the main. Two goons are already in position, though. This might be an overstep. Oh, he's got to load up and get away. Okay, he does get away, but he took a lot of damage on that shuttle.
Yeah, now the micro, the standard micro that's taking place in this phase of the game, so trying to shoot down the opponent's river, will be very tricky because the shuttle is damaged. So
good. Oh, he got a connection on that reaver. Really good control from Lancer, and he got that loaded back up too. He may be able to pop this pylon. Despite all this, what I'm noticing now is that Dewalt, who was down 8 supply a couple minutes ago, he's all of a sudden back up in supply. So he's done a better job to manage his money. He's up in supply, 71 to 69 right now. His Nexus is up and running.
Dewalt is pylon blocked.
Yeah, he is pylon blocked for now. 3 Reavers, that's a lot. Good control from LancerX so far, though.
Yeah, I would like to see those 2 Reavers in the back that are not shooting move a little bit back even more.
He got the shuttle, but he loses a Reaver and his shuttle. Oh no, oh no. All those Reavers are getting so many big hits onto the goons, and that one hits from way down, but he gets 2 Reavers in one shot.
What a shot! There are still 2 Reavers and equal amount of guns.
Yeah, equal amount of goons. There's 2 on the high ground. That was a big win for Dewalt right there. He's up 3 supply. He's got 2 Reaver advantage. He did cut a lot of probes, it seems to have held that. He's got 4 gates already, whereas 4th gate just now completed for LancerX, but LancerX still in a decent position. Does need to rebuild that Reaver count, though.
And Lancer is setting up 5th gateway. Sometimes Protoss players tend to, at this point, switch to pure gateway units. But I feel that this would be a mistake, especially that Lancer saw that Dewalt has at least 2 Reavers.
Yeah, at least 2 Reavers. What I'm worried about for Lancer, okay, he's taking his nat gas, he has the 5 gate, but how's he going to spend, or how's he going to be able to afford 5 gate goon? He's getting his nat gas now. He's got high ground advantage. Reaver unloads. Shuttle takes a decent amount of damage. Scarab shots. Kind of done. But this feels like an unstoppable army right now. There's equal goons plus 2 Reavers.
The shuttle is exposed.
Ooh, that was really good damage right there. Not able to kill the shuttle though. Loses a Dragoon for free on a miss rally. More reinforcements coming in for both players. That's an isolated Reaver. Does not jump on it instantly though. Zealot still got a lot of hits. That was a huge hit actually. Hits like 5 of the goons.
The battery is ready.
Oh, nice heal. The battery is clutch. Heals it up again. He's getting on top of the Reavers in the back. Is there enough for LancerX? The Reaver's doing so much damage. Gets taken down though. Just barely too much for Dewalt. He is going to be breaching the natural. May end up losing all of these Dragoons. Maybe he can save 1 or 2. But that was a good trade. He's up 10 supply now.
That battery, man. It was just in time. And basically, if not for that battery, I think that it would be a GG right now.
Yeah, I agree. The battery allowed that Reaver to survive for like 2 or 3 more shots, and it got really big hits. So nicely done from LancerX, but he's still down 10 supply.
Can Lancer trap those goons?
He needs to. He needs to get.
That would be amazing.
You can't let them slip by. You can't do it. No. Oh, maybe Dewalt will feel confident and move up here. There's a lot of Zealot. Oh, he can barely see them on the high ground. Right, does anybody have Citadel? Does anybody have Forge? Didn't see it in LancerX's base. There's 5 gate for Dewalt. Still no Forge, still no Citadel for either player.
So both players are opting with the Dragon Reaver combo still.
Yeah, I think probe count is slightly better for Dewalt if we... Oh no, can't do it. Okay, he does back off. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. So close to being instantly killed. Reavers unload for Dewalt. He gets off big hits into the
What a hit.
Dragoon Ball. Oh no! One shot away from taking down that shuttle. Reaver unloads in the nick of time, but it's going to get taken down in an instant. Reaver gets killed on Dewalt's side also, but there's just too many goons for Dewalt. Okay, that's actually a lot from Lancer back at his natural. A lot of Zealots mixed in with the army, soaking up a lot of hits from the goons. Good focus, fire.
Nice,
Oh, he gets it!
Oh my god.
But it's still a 20 supply lead. I don't think Dewalt can push into this. The Zealots are so tank. Maybe he can, okay. He is going to keep pushing. It's 8 versus 7 goons. Reaver coming in through the back, but more and more goons falling. He's gonna... Oh, he can just jump on that Reaver now. Look at that micro. That's a big hit, but Dewalt just getting farther and farther ahead. Up 20 supply now.
Use the battery, man. Use the
Yeah, all the goons are going to clean up these Zealots. Oh, maybe. Maybe not. Dewalt not paying attention. More reinforcements coming in. I did see that the Reaver is out, but it's now almost a 30 supply lead for Dewalt. Shuttle and Reaver is out, though, with the battery, like you said. He's trying to move in here. Oh, he's not unloading his Reaver. I know there's a Reaver there. I just saw it. GG.
GG.
Dewalt is going to take game 1, but there was some moments where I thought LancerX might be able to do it, especially after the first engagement, because he won that overwhelmingly.
Yeah, this was a back and forth game. Each player at any given position, every 2 minutes, every 1 minute, the favorite had changed. That was a really nice game.
Yeah, so LancerX, I think if he played slightly better, he may have been able to take down Dewalt, but it was really good control from both sides.
The thing that I would highlight is that LancerX didn't reinforce as fast as Dewalt did. Because we saw some engagements when LancerX had additional units next to his Nexus in the expansion, didn't reinforce, especially at the end. Whereas Dewalt has a permanent, almost rally point next to LancerX expansion.
Yeah, it was really quick engagements from Dewalt, and unfortunately LancerX couldn't keep up in that sense, and he's down 0-1. He is going to have his choice now. 4 maps were vetoed, so he only has 2 remaining now since the first one has been picked. I wonder what he will pick. I mean, what do you like?
It will be Monopoly. Monopoly.
Okay. Monopoly. You ever played this PvP?
No.
Well,
I
any
think
thoughts
I
on
only
it?
played two games PvZ, nothing more. So
Yeah.
to be honest, that will be first for me. Casting and even observe. No, I saw some PvP games on Monopoly.
Okay,
But
well, it does
still.
have a tiny ramp, and it does have a tiny choke. You think anybody will potentially take a fast Nexus and try and defend it, or 3-gate into that?
I think that Dewalt is feeling so comfortable with the outcome of the game that he will play pretty standard. LancerX, on the other hand, might try some kind of shenanigans, something fishy, something unorthodox that might surprise Dewalt.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on LancerX's build order. I think we could see something like Zealot Pressure and the Cannon expand. You've got your high ground overlooking the Nat pretty well. You could potentially go for Storms over top, maybe. I think we've seen players like Quark do moves like that. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else, though. But as you can see, we see the profile statistics. DeWalt always does very well in BSL, second place 3 times. Meanwhile, LancerX...
Look at those statistics. 57 on 19. It's... wow.
Yeah, and you see his versus Zerg versus Terran versus Protoss over 70% in all the matchups. And his versus Protoss, right? Like, you know that includes Bonyth too. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
incredibly
I know.
high.
I know. That's incredibly high. You're right. That's
Oh.
why Dewalt is one of the best players.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's a monster. Our players are ready. Time to get into game 2 between LancerX and Dewalt.
We've got in the top left corner of the map, Dewalt has the red Protoss.
And in the mid right position, our blue Protoss, it is LancerX.
Okay, so starting from the beginning, I would say positions favor a little bit Lancer because the main and expansion is a little bit more approachable. No, other way around. Dewalt. Dewalt can easily drop towards LancerX main.
Yeah,
Whereas, yeah.
there's a straight pathway into the main. I do like Dewalt spawn a little bit better. We do see neither player doing anything weird with pylon placement. They're not going to be, center. Well, can't be center gates because it's Monopoly, but no like proxy gates or anything.
Yeah, but taking into consideration that this is a free player map, you can, on the left side, on the level that Lancer could place the pylon somewhere in the middle of the map of the left side, on the left side, and he would have a close distance to both positions.
Yeah, he would, for sure. Did not opt for it this time. A lot of people do stuff like that to me on 4-player maps. Sometimes it works out for them. Sometimes it looks like the dumbest move ever because it's way far away from my base. But when it does catch you off guard, it's strong because you're like, how the heck did these zealots get to my base so quickly? And it's because it's right there next to my natural.
Yeah, that's. But like I said, this is a coin flip. You get 66% on a 4-player map, 66% chance that you will catch your opponent off guard, but But LancerX can be cheesy, but not that kind of cheesy, I think.
Well, we do have Dewalt scouting LancerX basically instantly. Meanwhile, LancerX now going to get into Dewalt's base. I think this is another Zealot opener. Yep, it is. But not in time to push the probe out. The Lancer's going to get full intel.
But at this, you can see that there's no shenanigans, nothing strange, nothing suspicious, nothing that would raise eyebrows for any of the players. Pretty standard.
Yeah, that's true. We do see range coming in for Dewalt. Meanwhile, Lancer has not... Okay, he did just spend his 150. That is going to be range for him too. We see a big discrepancy in gas. And that is going to be a fast second gate for Dewalt.
Surprise.
Meanwhile, first goon is out for LancerX, and he is going to push that probe out. And we do have Dragoon moving. Oh, what was that for Dewalt? That's another. Is that a Citadel? Oh, that's a pylon.
That's a pylon. Hey, we've got another gateway for LancerX, so he will be able to defend against 2 gates from the wall.
Yeah, ramp is so small, there's no way that Dewalt could ever get up here and pressure it. Looks like Dewalt found the probe somehow with his goon and will knock it down potentially. You can see that Dewalt thinks that there might be stuff going on. He's got movement on the left side. Oh, he doesn't catch that. So he that was a probe. Okay. I see Dewalt spent a big chunk of gas. I'm guessing that was for the robo. Oh, actually, Lancer gets the first shot off right here. Gotta be careful. Oh, it bugged out. Oh, there's the robo, I'm pretty sure. at the front as usual. Meanwhile, Lancer banking that gas. It's gotta be Robo.
I think our
Oh.
expansion. He's going for an expansion.
Okay, so this time around, Lancer's going to be the one to go for the fast expansion, but remember, Dewalt has the Zealot advantage here, so it's 4 goons versus 4 goons and 1 Zealot. But look at that!
Oh.
Goon gets taken out instantly. Nicely done from Lancer. But this Nat, is it going to be Branch just now? 5 goons versus 3 and 1 Zealot. Zealot soaks up so many shots, though. Good control from LancerX, just moving into the Dragoons. 2 versus 3 now. Can he do it? Can he hold off this? Oh, he's retargeting goons. Oh, 2 versus 1. Right, 2 left over for LancerX.
2
So
more
he
are
does-
going from Dewalt.
Yeah, 2 more are coming, and Zealots soak up a lot of hits. Like you said, reinforcements from Dewalt are much faster in general. Okay, now he may have overstepped. It's 2 versus 3, and he gets hit. Does need to run away.
Yeah, but to be honest, that was equal exchange, I would say. But still, Dewalt was able to scout the fact that there's an expansion going from starting from LancerX. That means that we won't have enough Dragoons to defend, and the Robo is really late.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go on.
And I was gonna say, and like you said, the drop advantage is in Dewalt's favor. So if Lancer tries to defend the front, and Reaver comes in for a drop in the main, there's no way he's gonna be able to defend both positions. So Dewalt does have a real window of opportunity to get a lot of damage done in the next minute or so.
Yeah, especially that 2 gates versus 2 gates, because at this point, even though LancerX added 2 additional gates, there will be a window where there will be 2 gates versus 2 gates, but Dewalt will have an additional Reaver. So the game might end relatively soon.
Well, this is a move I was not expecting to see from Dewalt. It's going to be Reaver into DT drop. Behind this, still no Nexus. Probe is going to go for a scout on the left side. Gets intercepted by Pylon, so it backs up. Oh, another big engagement. 6 goons versus 6 goons plus 2 Zealots and Reaver coming in. How on earth is Lancer going to stop this?
Even without those 2 Zealots, that would be a nearly very difficult fight to have.
Still, okay, now he's unloading. Uh-oh, Scarab shot. How does that not hit any of the probes?
That's the beauty of Reavers, you know? That's the beauty of Reavers.
I can agree with that statement. That was beautiful to me. What? And that Scarab shoots? How did... It kills a goon! Okay, well, Lancer, he's supply blocked now. DTs are coming. At least the shuttle gets picked off, but he takes another big shot to the face on that goon.
Okay, will LancerX go for an observer? The question is, because exactly, DTs are coming.
Yep, DTs are coming, and he skipped observers to get a Reaver himself. Now the Reaver, can it fire? Okay, it does. It doesn't bug out there, but he takes a big shot. Oh no, it's dead. Wow, and of course that one bugs out. Oh no, it doesn't. It does connect. But DTs are here, man. Oh, that's a lot of goons. Oh, goodbye. But DTs from the back catch those goons, and now Lancer's scrambling to get an observer in time. Not going to be able to, though. He tries to hold position on the ramp, buy as much time as possible, but these DTs deal so much damage. 40 damage a swing, pulls or breaks off one of the DTs to the bottom side. It's just too much Dewalt. He's got his Nat up and running too. This is going to be game.
This is game.
60 supply to just 38. There it is. GG comes out, and unfortunately, LancerX, he is going to be moving down in the losers bracket, but well done by Dewalt.
That was... I was really surprised with the DT switch, but it ended up winning him the game. Probably if he would stick to the Dragon Reaver combo, this would be dragged out a little bit longer. The game would take a little bit longer, but still. Nice game. GG.
Yep, nicely done by Dewalt, and that means that we are going to have Dewalt versus KenZy in the top side of the bracket, and that will be an interesting matchup. Should be Zerg versus Protoss, right?
Yeah, exactly. That will be a really nice match.
Yeah, KenZy macroed very well versus CryOc today. Of course, Dewalt, a completely different player and obviously different race. However, he macroed his Hydra Lurker combo very nicely, and of course, Hydras and Lurkers have good success versus Protoss, so that should be a good matchup. But the bottom side is what I really want to see. Sziky versus Bonyth. That's going to be amazing.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, that should be an exciting match. But we're going into our final series of the day. As you can see at the bottom side, it is going to be LancerX versus October Zerg, and it's going to be another PvZ. We've seen a lot of Lings today in the ZVZs. Is this our first Protoss versus Zerg today, I think? I think it is,
Yeah,
actually.
I think it is. Yeah, it is.
So
my favorite matchup.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because you want the 40-minute epic PvZ with all the spells.
Yeah, that's the type of, I tend to play against the Zergs until they are so bored with the game that they want to quit.
You sound like what I used to do in StarCraft 2. I just camp with tanks and Vikings and Ravens and BCs until you exit the game.
Man, I played 1 or 2 games in StarCraft 2 at the very beginning, so I even don't know the units.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I'm too old to learn new games.
Yeah, StarCraft 2's got a lot of interesting units, a lot of different spells, but I was kind of like you in the sense where I just want you to get angry and tilt off. I used to always mech at 130 APM. 130. And in Brood War I have like 250 to 270, so I was literally only hitting siege mode the whole game and calling down mules. But
about getting tilted, I remember playing Dewalt back in the days, I mean like 10 years ago when I was active, and Dewalt wasn't as good as he is currently. Even then he was able to win with me quite more than I was able to win with him. But he was always tilted because my PvP style was, okay, I get a Nexus, now I get 20 cannons. Try to fight with that. But still. But even though he was able to finish me off.
Yeah, that sounds 20 cannons in PvP. That's interesting style. We may see 20 cannons in this matchup because Oxerg likes to all in, not necessarily with Hydras, but Lings, I think, is his favorite unit.
And then follow up with Crazy Zerg.
Oh yeah, he's a Crazy Zerg player?
Yeah. I played him a lot. And we were once upon a time in one team, and we played quite a few games, and he likes this kind of playstyle to go quick to high, try to all in or get advantage initially with the Zerglings, and then follow up with Crazy Zerg.
Okay, I didn't know that about Oxford, so this should be a fun matchup then, because some of my favorite games in BSL is when Avilov played that style. Felt unstoppable, actually. I don't think I actually saw him lose when he played that. He plays it very well, so maybe October Zerg can also have success with it.
I always did then switch to Corsair Dark Templars when I saw Crazy Zerg.
Okay.
So that was easy for me. I like when Zergs play Crazy Zerg.
Alright, well, you have to give us some tips on how to deal with it once we get into the game. Our map is ready. Vermeer, last game of the day, October Zerg versus LancerX.
Okay, so in the first PvZ of the day, we've got the Red Zerg, October Zerg, bottom right corner of the map.
And in the bottom left, our blue Protoss, it is LancerX. All right, so tell me a little bit about this Corsair DT. You're facing Crazy Zerg, you got Corsair DT. What are you doing with it? Are you doing it to take bases? Are you trying to bust stuff with it? What's the logic behind the mass DT, mass Corsairs?
You know, quite often it's like that. You start off initially. You start off with one Corsair at the beginning of the game just to scout. You see that the guy isn't doing mutants. You don't follow up with Corsair. But later on in the game, when I see that he's doing a lot of links, lurkers, and going to Hive, I'm just adding additional Stargate, and then you can do everything because no one secures his base with spores. And when he's going for Zergling, Ultras, and Swarm, for example, there won't be anything to stop the Corsairs. But also in direct fights, there will be a huge advantage.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that's what LancerX wants to go for. So far, we see Gateway expand from him. He got lucky. He's going to find October Zerg first. And October Zerg ended up going for a 9-pool gas trick.
That's a strange direction for Ogzerg to scout. Yes, he should scout towards the expansion, towards, to be honest, LancerX.
Yeah,
right?
you know.
With the Overlord.
Yeah, you know, a lot of Zergs that I play on ladder, they also do weird scout patterns. And it could be because you see bottom middle, that's a base. Maybe he was expecting the probe to poke down there, see if there's an Overlord or not, and if he doesn't, he just doesn't scout bottom right.
Okay, that might be the case, but I'm to be honest, when I'm playing ladder, I'm scouting quite often in those directions, so I get the point. But still, at this point of the, oh, whoa, that was surprising.
Yeah. And we do see that the Zealot... Oh, a battery! Okay, he's really worried about this counterplay from the Lings. Now...
It's very fast, because he had to start the battery before he lost the probe.
Yeah. Get into position, please! He still lets them in! And it's 5! No. Okay.
This hurts my soul.
Yeah, he's gonna get more. Oh my god, he already got 2 probe kills. Can he get 3? He's gonna get 4. 4, almost 4. Okay, okay, now he's gonna get 4. Okay, well, you said you've played versus October Zerg a lot. I'm sure you've been in this scenario before. Maybe not often, but does he all in when this happens often, or do you think he's just gonna transition?
He has advantage. Look at the hatcheries. He doesn't have even a drone in a third. In the location for a third hatchery in another expansion. I think he might all in, especially that he is gathering gas. Will he stop gather gas after 100? Layer.
Wow, he actually went layer. I thought he was gonna all in this. Zealot did a good amount of damage. Kills 4 Lings. It did kill a drone too, so good trade from LancerX. These 4 Lings now not able to get much more damage done. Okay, he might get another probe, but does manage to get away. That's an interesting forge placement, but at least it's safe. Lings coming in again.
I'm curious if the wall-in will be tight on the left side, the button between the battery and the egg.
I don't think it is. I think battery is like a bunker. It's not tight at all, anywhere. Okay, well, Ling's at the front. Still, oh no! Well, there's your answer. 4 get in.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a nightmare for LancerX. He's let so many Lings in. There's more Lings coming. There's no drones for Oxzerg at the natural still. So this is not mass speedling. I don't think he's gotten speed yet, or if he has, it kind of just started. But I'm sure Spire's coming pretty soon.
Yeah. And we see what? There's a cybercrow going on or not? Yeah, there is. But it's a little bit late. And a little, I mean, very late.
The Spire started before the Stargate. He's not even mining gas. He doesn't even have enough gas to put down a Stargate. He's got a decent amount of probes at his natural. The problem is he just has no probes almost in his main. Finally, we get a cannon coming up. He's
we've got this.
gonna lose another one. Oh, this is heartbreaking. Okay, finally he gets rid of it. Oh no, those zealots are dead, and they're injured. Goodbye. So this
Bye.
losing 3 zealots pretty much for free. I mean, he's stutter step microing as well as he can, but just doesn't matter. And okay, actually, October's gonna fight this too. He's extremely low on workers. He has like 3 workers at his natural. But like I said, Spire's coming in. Stargate kind of just started. Good block. What? They can't get in on the left side now?
They can.
I know.
They were able to. I think that Oxer just moved them back.
Well, we're about to have 5 mutas out on the field. As I stated, there's like no drones for Oxer. If LancerX can stabilize, he's actually not in a bad position. It's 28 supply to 25. It's only 2 hatches for Octoberzerg. And LancerX suspects that it's going to be mutas. He's got cannons going up in his main and natural.
Okay, this might not be the end, but we need to add additional cannons in the main.
Yeah, he needs another cannon at least, but at least he will have 1 Sair, 1 cannon by the time the mutas get across the map.
And now we see another expansion by Oxer.
Mutas have been shown, but it's 3 cannons, so they do a decent amount of damage. What happened to the Scourge? Don't see it anymore. Did it die? Maybe it didn't get sent. Of course, they're just watching these mutas kill stuff. Okay, actually, this got fended off relatively easily. Maybe lost 2 or 3 probes, and that's it. Still a manageable game for Lancer. Okay, now we have drone cycles from Octoberzerg. He's starting to put down macro hatches too. He's got his 4th hatch coming up. Probably soon gonna put up his 5th hatch. He's on 22 drones right now, if I've counted the mutas and Scourge correctly. No, Lancer! He loses a Sair.
Oh.
More Sairs being pumped out. Citadel coming in. So, gonna transition into Templar Tech in just a second. He got his nat gas up and running pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is a very problematic situation for a Protest player, because first of all, he can scout with the Corsairs because there are Scourge in the play somewhere, probably. At least I wouldn't do that. He has to prepare for Muta, as Muta, so a lot of cannons, but permanently building Corsair, so that's another factor. But taking into consideration that Oxer decided for a Hydra switch, that is very problematic and challenging.
Well, he's almost taken down these Mutalisks. He's got 3. Oh, gotta be careful, gotta be careful. Scourge not going to connect, should be able to get away. And they do. And as you mentioned, it is 4 hatch Hydra switch with +1 coming in. So he needs to get his cannon. Oh, he already has 3 cannons technically at his mat. Oh no, Scourge get. No, they don't get any.
Nice. I'm surprised with that.
I'm also surprised. I thought for sure he'd get at least 1, but good control from Lancer. He's got 2 gate now. Temple Archive done 2.
Additional gateways, +1 is ongoing, and +1 for Sairs is also being done.
We do have the first few Hydras coming out. 5th hatch coming in. Decent drone saturation for Lancer across his bases. We do have the for Octoberzerg, I mean, we do have 4 gate production for LancerX, so he has kind of gotten back into this game. The mutas really haven't done that much damage. Okay, speaking of damage, we've got 2 DTs moving across the map. I don't think Octoberzerg noticed it.
Yeah, but even though there is speed OVs in the game, so not too any damage will be dealt by those Dark Templars.
Yeah, we got DT going into the third base. They do have +1, so they could two-shot those Hydras, but 3 Hydras going to be enough to push it back. More gateways coming down. This puts him at, I think, 7 gate. Okay, big production from Lancer now.
I think we've got gun range in place. Question is if he's doing a robotic. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't see a robotics anywhere, but it could be range coming in. First Templar is out with cannons, with a decent amount of Zealots. Should be able to hold this Hydra pressure. We don't know if he has Storm done just yet. Okay, Speed just kicked in with the DT in the back. He's going to force a fight here, loses the DT, but the Zealots, it's in an overwhelming amount right now.
Really nice move out.
He's going to push back those Hydras, and he's going to kill all the mutas and take down one of the Overlords. It's somehow a 25 supply lead for LancerX right now. Not much supply to work with for Octoberzerg either, because he loses another Overlord. Ooh, more streaming in. It feels like Octoberzerg just all inning here.
Yeah, I don't know if he's all-inning, but putting a lot of pressure, because he had a decent saturation. Okay, what's going on here?
Zealots, why aren't you fighting? Okay, now they're going to move in, and there's not that much defense. Mutas are going to come in, but it's only 3. Zealots don't care about 3 mutas. Maybe able to kill a hatchery, actually. Nope, that's way too many Hydras. Well, decent idea there. Definitely would have liked to have a DT mixed in, because there was, I don't think, any Overlords there, but still fine trade. Still a 35 supply or 25 supply lead for Lancer. He does push back the Hydra army again.
Okay, he moved his drone saturation back to third base. He's now on 6 hatches, lurkers in place. I still didn't see a robotic, but maybe I just didn't notice it. Okay, robotics just started, so this is the moment when Octoberzerg can contain Lancer, and that, taking into consideration how big the choke is, it might be a very big problem to be able to break the contain later on.
Yeah, he needs to buy as much time as possible. He forces a burrow there. That's good. That's a small step forward. He does have a lot of Templars, so if he can combo just a single Zealot hit with a Storm on the Lurker, that would be a kill for him. Good run by with the Zealots, buying a lot of time. Robo's now done. The Lurker's still not in position. They're still kind of, I think, in the same group as the Hydras, just running around. Wow, this Zealot movement did way more than it should have. Bought so much time for LancerX, and he kills another round of Hydras and kills more mutas. Well done. Observatory's done, so Observer's going to be popping out in just a second. I see Cybernetics is spinning, so range should be completing pretty soon. And those Templars have a lot of energy banked up.
And the upgrades are pretty decent, because it's 1-1. That's really nice for LancerX. I didn't see a evolution chamber for. Oh, there's an evolution chamber for the Zerg player, for Octzerg, but I didn't see any upgrades. So we have only +1 for the Hydras.
Yeah,
so taking into consideration the +1 for Zealots, that's not a big deal, to be honest.
Yeah, Octoberzerg does have 6 hatch production too, so he's got big macro available to him. Still only on 3 bases though. Would like to see a 4th base come up pretty soon. Meanwhile, Lancer finally feeling confident. He's going to take his 3rd Nexus. Oh, but instant counterattack by a ton of lurkers. Goodbye, Zealots.
Bye-bye. Oh no, moved back. Okay, nice.
Uh-oh, the base trade. This is going to be a counterattack from both sides. A lot of lurkers moving to the front. Oh, LancerX kind of just... He's just hanging. Okay, now he's decided that he can't go for a base trade. He's going to turn around now. Oh, that's a fantastic storm. Really good storm. Yeah. Gets all of them. Nicely done from Lancer.
Each minute in the game, I feel that the advantage shifts a little bit towards Lancer. Okay, to be fully transparent, an additional expansion would make me say it more confident, but still, taking into consideration the limits, the upgrades, and how did the last fights go. Oh, nice storm.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Yeah, the storm was really good, and it's a 30 supply lead. The lurkers are not in this fight. They're at the top side, but he could potentially come in for a big flank just like this. Storms are fantastic. Lurkers are now burrowing on top of the dragoons, but the storms and the goon count is just way too high. Needs reinforcement is Lancer, but he is trading very effectively. Is he able to do it? Supplies are 60 supply in his favor now. Another good storm. Knocks down the lurker egg. I think he's done it.
I think he broke him. Yeah. I think that's GG.
Oh, he's going to lose the Hydrogen. And once the Hydrogen's done, that means no more Hydras. And this is going to be LancerX taking down Octoberzer. Good storms eliminates most of the drones, and then that GG comes out, and there it is. LancerX. He is going to move on through to face Dusakwe in the losers bracket tomorrow.
American. Beginning of the game. 6 Zerglings in the main.
Yeah.
Layer almost finished without Stargate. Would you think that this will end up like this?
No way. I thought it would end up like this. And I just like you, I saw the battery. I'm like, that's not Ling tight. So when 4 more ran in the main, I'm like, this is over. How are you gonna stop 8 Lings now?
Yeah, but still, I think that going Zerglings would finish the game really early. But taking into consideration how many probes Lancer lost, it was 4, 5, 6, something like that. He still was able to come back. Really nicely done. Really impressive.
Yeah, it was really good crisis management from LancerX, and he needed it in that game because Ling's in your base. I don't know how you ever win a game like that, but nicely done from him. And it was, I don't know, it was an exciting game. Did not expect that. I thought that Octoberzerg was going to all in with the Lings too, but decided to not go for it.
I thought that the Mutas. I think that Lancer anticipated those Mutas. We had three cannons in the expansion, 1 in the main, additional Corsair, and if in that situation Lance would go for Hydra Bust, that would be a GG, right?
Yep. Also could have been a GG potentially, but the Mutas, I think the idea was fine, but didn't get the damage that he was looking for.
Yeah. So, really nice game. Lotus won. Lotus power.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure you're happy. So that's So that's it for us today, guys. We've got our semifinals set up in the upper bracket: KenZy, Dewalt, Sziky, Bonyth, and then lower bracket: Madinho, Patak, LancerX, and Dusakwe. So, gonna have some nice matchups tomorrow. We of course want to thank our sponsors and Patreon supporter for supporting the BSL. Our main sponsor, of course, OptiMugs. Thank you so much for supporting the BSL. And our Patreons at the $100 level, we have Star Lover, $50 level, Anthony Chen, Martin Harzmar, Striker, and Zero Sum. $30 level, Robert Groot, Flizardo86, Cuz, and Tupocalypse. And the $20 level, Nicholas Schuler, Christian Eddington, LML, Ling and Pump, Niantic, and Quark. And of course, all you other Patreon supporters, thank you so much for supporting the BSL. And that is
There's a mistake there. There's
there is?
Mazzer. It's not Mazzer. I'm joking. I'm not a supporter.
Okay.
But there's someone who looks like me almost. Mazer.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for supporting the BSL, but that's it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow. I think it's gonna be me and machine, if I remember correctly. So we've got Terran player, Zerg player, and we have no Terrans. Of course, that's just how it always goes, man. They don't exist. One day, we will get some Terran players, though, hopefully.
Today
more.
had at least a few turn players. Don't
Yeah, we
complain.
did. Today, we did have a couple.
Yeah,
but
today it was okay, right?
but
We had only
got-
one PVZ.
That is true, yes.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, guys.
thank you guys for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow with some more BSL.
Thanks, guys. See you later. Bye. Take care.